Hello, everybody. What's going on? How's it going? Cosmo, Oshik, David, welcome in, everyone. What's going on? You mean Jessenheimer? Yeah, he did. But yeah, welcome in. I got a haircut because I was getting so tired of my hair. Sometimes it gets to the point with my hair when it gets too long, I just like can't take it anymore. I reach a breaking point and I have to get a cut. So I didn't go bald, but you know, I thought about it for a minute. Not gonna lie. But yeah. Got that nice left ear fade, yeah. Man. It's tempting to go bald. I would like to go bald, but it's a pretty extreme commitment, you know. So one of these days. But yeah. In need of haircut, should probably get one soon, yeah. Yeah, I let mine go for a long time. It was like 6 months or something. Maybe not 6 months, but it was a way too long. Definitely multiple months. But we're good now. We're gaming. Anyways, today we're gonna start working on ranged weapons. I would like to add in more enemies, but like I was saying last stream, I think we should get started on the hard thing early so that we have time to actually do it. Because I worry that we won't have time for that. But yeah. Let me see. I'm just looking at this modding thing. Here, I might as well stream. So I need to go find the script that rock. Oh, it's or rock. Right? Okay. I'm just gonna put that into GitHub. I don't think it'll let me drag, will it? I don't know, let's see. But yeah, for ranged weapon stuff, I will go over the plan for that in a minute. But let's drag this in. Okay, it does let me upload it. So we're gonna upload or rock. Also do the updated breakable script. I think that was everything in here. Okay. Upload more inherited classes. Alright. Well, there we go. Okay, I'll mention that for this person. And uploaded the warrock.gd script alongside the current breakable.gd script. Okay. Anyways, oh, you got a new chair? Nice. That's awesome. Old and broke, yeah. Yeah, I always just get a new chair with my last one snaps in half. By the way, shouldn't hardcode bombs? Yeah, so we can take a look at that. I know that was it's sort of a remnant of an older time. So, yeah. Yeah, this is bad for modding. Or to update mod API. Actually, yeah, there's one change the mod API has with the new UI inventory stuff, so I will update that right now. I am gonna have to update example 1 pretty soon here. We have Orrock in there now. Okay, really quick, let's go ahead and... where is that in? Scripts. Mold API. Here it is. Come on, let me... Okay, add file. Update mod API. There you go. Should be updated now. But yeah, I know that that's a bad method, doing it like this. I probably will be changing this pretty soon. Because honestly, I have this spawn scene thing. Really what I should do is just make the bomb use the spawn scene thing, like up here. And then maybe add another thing for like, sounds and stuff that play on use. Right? Or just like a script that runs on use. So that you can do your own custom consumption stuff. Right? That's probably going to be the best way to do it. Some of these things is fine, like having the heal and effects and stuff be in there is okay, but yeah, I know this is not ideal with the spawn scene stuff. So I will probably work on that, but not right now. I'll put it down in my list though. So hey, welcome into the stream. Change player consume script or modding. All right. So, ranged weapons. Let's talk about ranged weapons. Let's open up the mirror board because we kind of have to explain the plan for these right now. Okay. So, here's how it's going to work. Ranged weapons are going to have a couple different parts. So the main part of the ranged weapon is going to be this central core item, right? So ranged weapons are going to be modular. It's going to be sort of a different like thing from the melee weapon. So it's going to allow people to, when they go into the dungeon, so this is your loadout, you're going to have your regular melee weapon as it exists right now, you know. Like this, oops. And then you're also gonna have your ranged weapon as a second weapon you can equip mid-dungeon. So the way it's gonna sort of work is you have this central gem piece like this, right? And there's gonna be a couple attachments. So first one is on the top. This is gonna be like a scope or something. Then there's also the handle down here. And then the final one is the barrel. So that's going to be sort of the layout of the gun. And all these different cores will have different effects, right? So some of these are kind of just helpers. So like this one actually doesn't do damage. It just heals people. Yeah, the big boy gem. This one does weakness shots. So that's the interesting thing about ranged weapons like this is that we can do like it doesn't necessarily have to be a damage dealing kind of thing because you have the melee weapon already, so it kind of opens us up for you know, elemental helping kind of things. Yeah, the coconut. It's just a coconut. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna add all these, obviously that's a lot of work, but we'll add the ones that I think I can get done in time. We're gonna at least just start with like one or two. But yeah, I think these will be pretty interesting. And then on top of that we have all the components, different sights, barrels, and grips. So there was a little bit of conflict in the Big Boy Games team because we wanted to do... I want the guns to be like this, with the handle on the bottom, because it's easier with code, right? And the reason why it's easier is because I can just say, snap the handle down here, and then this handle can be any size we want. It could be this big for all we care. So it's a lot of flexibility when it comes to like the designs we can do for the handles, right? I don't know why Miro keeps doing that thing where it erases everything. But Maxwell wanted it to be like this, where, you know, you have the sight and stuff, but the stock is in the back, so it's more of a rifle than like a pistol. And sure, it looks cool, but there's a lot of issues with this because it's like the stock, the positioning is way harder with this. Because what he also wanted to do was like pistol handles, right? So what that would look like would be something like this. Okay. And the issue with that is how this sprite is set up. Because it's like a issue with how it displays in the inventory. So let's say we have an item which is the pistol handle. It's like this. We really have two options of how to frame this image. Either we do it like this, which looks good in the inventory, or we do it like this so that this side is centered, right? Now the issue with that though is then in the inventory this is going to be this tiny little thing in the bottom corner, so it looks kind of stupid. Oh god dang it. I wish Miro didn't do that. So that's kind of the issue with the stock versus just a grip on the bottom, right? It just really complicates things. So I think we're gonna go with pistol grip kind of style like this instead. I think it's just gonna be a little bit easier to display correctly, and we don't have to worry about weird issues like this. Because anyways, the issue with this is that, let's say we frame it like this. Now I have no idea where the attachment point is. So on our gun, then we just have to say, okay, well, let's just assume it's in the center or whatever. Then our pistol grip is going to be up here. Right? Or whatever it is. Because it's thinking that this is... it's just not going to be aligned, right? Which is the issue. And then let's say we... So one solution is we could just say this top line is like always at a static height. So here's this. We say it's always like this is the box you get, and it can go in any infinite size this direction. But now the issue with this is that we can never have any stock that has stuff that goes past this line. You know, so you can't have a stock that has like a little bit hanging up or anything, because this sharp line here is preventing you from doing any of that, right? So, kind of not ideal either. You can see some of the issues with this. Now, it is cool and all. I do think that it looks cool with the back stock like that. But it does really complicate things. And I'm not looking to complicate things. And I think most of the coolness decoration of this can, like, you can make a part, like a gem part that looks something like, you know, this or something, so it looks cool, right? Like, it doesn't have to be a circle. And then we have the pistol grip or something like that. Right, so I think it can still look cool. And it can still look like a gun and stuff. Right? So I think it'll be fine. I don't know. It's hard. It's been a conflict for a while, trying to figure out like what route are we gonna go, right? Long stock or handle. But it's just there's a lot of issues with the stock one that I foresee. So I don't know. I think this is the only way it's really gonna work. It's unfortunate, but I just don't want to limit people's creativity with the top, because that seems weird and arbitrary. So, I don't know. I think this is going to be the best way. Technically, if you wanted to, you could do this gem like as a stock. If that makes sense? Because you could do like a part like this with a built-in stock. and then you have your handle and your sight, right? So it's possible to still kind of do a stock. Actually, the only thing with this though is then the sight would be kind of offset over here. So you would have to have this like extend out a little bit like that or something. But I mean, it could still work. It's just with this route, then we can never really do a pistol grip like this. And it causes lots of issues. So I think we're gonna do it like this. We're just gonna start working on that. So anyways, that point being, then inside of the tool bench with the slot layout, it's gonna be like this. I don't know why I did that. That little notch. So we're gonna have the central gem, the handle, the sight, and then the barrel. And that's gonna be the layout in the tool bench. So I think it should work. So what we're gonna do for that is we're gonna modify the tool bench. I figured why not just make it also in there. I may take a look at this sprite and upgrade it because it is a little old. So yeah, there's no code in here. So really the only thing we're doing with the tool bench is just the UI for it, which is the display. So hopefully it's not too bad to change this around. I think what I'm gonna do is just have a little like thing up here to select whether it's a melee or, you know, whatever. So yeah. I do need to open this up really quick. I want to take a look at the workbench and sort of how it's laid out really quick. Yeah, cool bench. Pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, because I just want to take a quick look at this, how it's displayed in game. I'm pretty sure I know, but, you know, I gotta make sure. Because I think this will display the stats for each component? Maybe? I don't really remember, that's the issue. One of them is the image preview. I forgot that. Sir? They're not supposed to be here. I think it loaded them in here. Somehow. Why would it do that? Whack. Well, these guys are here now. Anyways, yeah, so this is the image preview of the weapon, so makes sense. Okay. So I'm thinking about how I want to lay out this weapon UI. Because the slots are going to be like this. Right, so I guess the question is, how are we going to position the images and stuff? I'm kind of thinking of this system, where we have the image preview up here, and then the stats list here, with an OK button somewhere. So kind of laid out like this. That's probably going to be the best way to do it. Because the thing is the gun is going to be, like, horizontal, right? So... Yeah, that's probably what we'll do. Alright, let's work on it then. So, this is basically everything in here. Okay. That's the label, the H separator, and then the H box. So this is all of our, like, actual UI stuff right here. So what we want to do is add a... Let's see here. Yeah, tab menu container. Tab container right here. And then we'll just call this melee. And this is probably going to cause some issues with the code, so we're going to have to fix that. Also, we have to get rid of the color thing on this. I gotta remember where it is. I think it's in here. Panel. Empty. Okay, so tab line would be center. There we go. Right, and then what I do for this, I think usually is... No, because that's an H box, so that won't work. It'll be fine for now. Now we have melee, and then we're basically just going to copy this, paste a sibling, and this will be ranged. So that's going to be the new layout. Okay. So I know that we have a bunch of code here. Yeah. Seems like that's the only bit of code. And then we just have slots. So I think we should be okay. I notice this is actually slot 0, which I mean, I guess makes sense. It's a little weird though. I have a GDScript question. I wonder if anyone may be able to help. Yeah, sure. Let us know. I should be able to help out. Okay, so that's gonna be our slots, and then we have a V separator, so this is where everything's gonna change. So let's see, for this, I'm gonna need another V box. And then, in that V box, we're gonna have this, and this. And we're gonna set a minimum size on these. Just so that it ends up being around the same size. I don't know what size that needs to be right now, but we'll see. And then this seems really tall. I don't know why it's so tall. It's probably because this is not expanding. There we go. 1. It is on 1. I don't know why this one is so huge. Probably because of these images. This is actually going to change now into an H box because the images are going to be horizontal. It's going to take a little bit of work getting that formatted correctly, so we're going to have to mess around with that. And then also, one thing we have to do on this is we're going to have to change the slot indexes. So, first off, let's copy our new one. It's not going to be 4 tall. I have a variable for a node. I want to delete the instance of the node, but then immediately reuse the variable for a new node instance. Okay. If I call node.queue free, then immediately set the variable to another node. No, that should be fine. Because basically, in your code, if you have a node, right? So let's say var node is equal to, oh, I don't know, node 2D. So this is a reference to this node 2D, right? What's happening here, if you say node.queueFree, and then you run, or you just say node is equal to a new node, like this, it'll still run this function on the node, but now it just changes the reference to this new node. So you can do that just fine. It shouldn't cause any issues. So yeah. That should work. I don't think that would be a bad thing to do. Okay, so part stats in here. So there's two parts of this because, yeah, I'm gonna have to make this one an HBox. Because we've got 2 slots, yeah, so that's gonna be like that. Then we're gonna have 2 V-boxes. And make sure that is on expand and all that business. Okay, so we're gonna have 3 slots in here, and then 1 slot in there. And that's gonna begin center, same with this one. Alright, so that should be sort of our layout. Let's go ahead and make sure though that there's, you know... Actually, no, that separation looks good. Alright. So we have to label these at the proper indexes. So let's skip that ad. So let's see here. So we're already using 0, 1, 2 for melee weapons. I'll make the center here 3. 4, 5, and 6. It'll do. Okay. I mean, I guess that should kind of work. We're still gonna have to edit the code, but actually I don't think it'll be too bad, because really all we're doing here is just setting a slot, right? We aren't like, doing any weirdness in here. We're gonna have to mess a lot with the player update tool function or update weapon function, but I don't think it'll be too bad, hopefully. We're just gonna kind of append on the logic for our weapon. But yeah, hopefully this works. Okay. One thing we may have to do, though, is make it so that only certain types of items can be put into the right slots. So we might have to do that. But we'll work on that. So, alright, this is going to be a different script. I'm going to go ahead and just copy part stats, make it a new thing. And what node is this in? The weapon UI? Okay. I'm gonna say add now to make a ranged weapon. And then this has a node reference. Text. Which I'm not really sure what text is. This one has a size of 3. Says it's an array. But I don't even use it, so I have no idea what that's for. I probably don't use it anymore. Yeah, I don't think I use that anymore, so I'm just gonna erase it. So we just need the rich text label reference. On our melee one, that's all good. And then on here, part stats. Let's get our full stats thing. Okay. So this is where we're gonna have to do all of our funny business. So let's see here. Player.set weapon. So update text gets called from the player, I guess. Yeah. Update preview is going to be a little bit more complicated. Just gonna comment that out. And now I'm gonna say for iron range, we're gonna loop through 0 to, or not 0, but the new one. So we're gonna start at 3, 0, 1, 2, yeah. And then all we're gonna say is this. Image is that. So we're getting the, let's see, what are we grabbing? So where is this node? It's right here. Part stats. That doesn't make any sense then. Also, did I just edit the other one? God dang it. Gotta love it. So fun. Okay, hide the melee one. Get that out of here. The part stats on this one. This is the one we want to change. This is the one, right? Yeah, ranged weapon. Can't snooze the ads anymore. Okay. So, what is it grabbing here? Because it's saying, okay, it's getting get parent. So, ranged. Now this is also inside of a VBox container, though. So we have to say VBox container 2, then the margin container, then we get the node. Okay, so we have to reorganize how these nodes are organized. This is an HBox container, so that is fine. Basically, we're just going to have 2 VBoxes. So this one is going to have 3 images in it. Yeah, I guess that's a little tricky then to grab all the nodes. Probably just do a static reference to these instead now. Than this one. Anyways, let's give these temporary sprites just so I can check this out. So sure, stone. This one will have stone. Yeah, obviously this is not formatting correctly. Alright. So this one, keep aspect centered, and we're going to say fit width. And this one is also going to be on fit width. And let's work on layout stuff. So this is going to be on horizontal, will be shrink center, and same with vertical. Then this one will be the same. So shrink center, shrink center. And then this will be fit width. Okay. And no custom minimum size, probably. Let's see. It seems like it screws up if I don't set a minimum size. Oh, okay. Do these all have a minimum size? They do. Let's get rid of that. So that one seems fine because it's on, okay, it's on keep size, that's why. Yeah, so when these are on that mode, it doesn't really work, does it? Because they just kind of disappear. I guess I'll just give them a minimum size. Fit height. just say 32. So that would be the preview of our weapon then. And in part stats, instead of all this business, I think I'm just going to have export var images. And that's going to be an array of type texture 2D. Or not texture 2D, texture rect. Okay. So what were the indexes? We have the center is 3. Can't remember. 4 below that. And then 5 over here, and the barrel was 6. Yeah, those indexes don't really matter. I mean, it's completely arbitrary. I just have to make sure they line up in the preview. So there's going to be 4 images. So I'm just going to say for I in part stats, not part stats, for I in images. And then I'm just going to say I.texture is equal to inv data at a specific index. Let's say at the index of I.name.toInt. Okay. And then I'm going to say dot sprite on that. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and say if that is valid. Okay. Hopefully this will work. I don't really know. But maybe. Then we have update text. All the updates on inventory change. Alright. Let's try it out. I don't know if this is gonna work. Nope. It immediately died. So this is actually a HBox now. Let's restart that. Sleep guy, no, I'm tired. I don't really know why. I mean, I got plenty of sleep. I'm just tired. Try not to yawn, but it's too hard. Okay, let's check this out. Hopefully this works. Poof a monster. I should. Yeah, these guys still spawn here. I don't know what's up with that. I'll have to look into that. Oh, it's a null instance. Wait, that doesn't actually make sense though. Oh, I didn't actually assign the images. Oopsies. I don't think it actually matters what order these are in, because it just grabs the index of the image, so it doesn't even care. But I'll just do that. Okay, now if we pop into this inventory... Invalid access of index 3. Oh, it's because inventory data is too small. So this is something we're going to have to change, because we're going to have to increase the size of it now. So let's go back to the player. And this might cause some issues, we'll see. But we have this other inventory component in here, which is the weapon configuration. So now we need the 3 slots plus 4, so we need 7 slots now. Now, hopefully this doesn't break things. We'll see. It might mess up some of our logic with, like, the building of the melee weapon. It's probably going to try and access something that's null. But it's okay. We have to fix it anyways. Waiting for it to load. I need to close some of these tabs. It always gets really slow. Okay. I'm trying not to yawn. I can't. Joining game. What's taking so long? Don't think it's supposed to take this long. I believe that something went wrong. So I wonder what it says in the logs. That means I'm gonna have to go to percent app data, percent. Or no, it's in, is it in roaming? A, B, C, D, E, F. Godot. App user data. Starground logs. Oh, is it back? Looks like it. Yeah, so things definitely died. And that is because it's looping through the entire size of the thing, which is not what we want. We're just going to loop through 3. 0, 1, 2. See the new crate? Yeah, I was just about to watch a video on that. It looks kind of cool though. I saw there's like like storage stuff now, which is awesome. Because that's one of the things that's always I felt missing from Create is like inventory management stuff, right? Making you yawn. I'm sorry. I can try and maybe I can grab a monster. But yeah, it does look very interesting. I'm excited to try it out. I didn't really look at everything. I need to create 6. It's the 6 update, right? Yeah. I need to just like, I just want to see like a, well, whatever. Let's browse a video super quick. But it's really cool. There's like these chain conveyors now that you put like packages on or whatever. It's very interesting. I didn't know that they were gonna drop something like this, right? It's surprising. A packager. I guess that's like the thing that turns things into packages. Yeah. It's pretty cool though. I think this will be a really fun way of doing inventory storage stuff because one of the things I love applied energistics, but sometimes it does feel a little bit like too easy. Really, it's just like a couple blocks and then you have this massive digital storage. I think it's great for very like highly modded stuff, but I think this is really cool though because it's much more Minecrafty. So we'll use these chain conveyors for rotation transferring. Yeah, that's another cool thing actually with this, honestly. Just being able to like transfer rotation, right? That's what I always love about Create is like, there's like a use for this, for the package stuff, but there's also a million other ways you can use it for other things, right? The frog dudes? What's the frog dude? Bob. He's eating stuff. So does he grab things from the storage? It's pretty cool though. I'll have to like really actually watch the video and learn about what's going on. But it's really cool. There's like restocking stuff. I think it's gonna be very fun to mess around with this. I just hope it's not too difficult to get it like set up. So far from what I've seen, it looks pretty nice, but we'll see. Whoa. Yeah, anyways, that should be cool. I will take a closer look at what's going on with that eventually. Also, I think I realized with the inventory thing, it's gonna set the inventory. Oh, I do this a bunch, don't I? Okay, hopefully that's all those cases. Don't think I do that anywhere else. Okay. Snake armor? Oh yeah, is that a new armor piece? That's pretty sick. Yeah, it'll be really fun, I think, to mess around with. I'm excited for it. Is it already out? Like, is it playable right now? Crate 6. Looks like it is. Oh yeah. Curve armor, that's awesome. Oh man, yeah, it's out. I gotta play that then. I gotta mess around with it. I think that'll be really fun. Man, just do like a vanilla Minecraft world with just Create. Might be kind of fun. Okay, let's see if this crashes again. It might crash again. We'll see. Okay, it didn't crash. So, it still doesn't hear though. I don't know why. Oh, it's because of this. This is inside of the V-box one, so this is the melee weapon. I have to say in range 3. Okay, let's try this. A new server? Maybe. Wouldn't be completely opposed. I kind of want to wait until I have fiber, I think, before I do more server stuff. But yeah. And I might do the Minecraft server as a more invite thing rather than just giving it to everybody. Because I always do worry about randos having complete access to the server. Especially if like I'm going to host it from my home network or something like that. Okay, so this is still complaining. Out of bounds. Oh! Whoopsies. I gotta do this. Yeah, I think it would be nice to be able to run the Minecraft server just from my house, because I have a Minecraft server in my closet. I just, I never did it with the other one just because it was like everybody could access it, and so it was a little worrisome, you know? Oh, those are not inventory slots. I'm a fool. Yeah, cool bench. It's a little Easter egg. Let's try this again. Ah. Loading the game. I should probably disable your mod. Every time I've been testing, I've been loading with your mod. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Oh. Okay. Not completely broken. Let's try, actually putting things in here. Okay, it didn't work. Oh, I'm stupid. I'm not getting the... I need to say .id. Var item data is that. Mod API.get item data. And then I say item data dot sprite. Yeah, I don't know why there's people in my world. That is a bug. It's not supposed to happen, so... Also, wait. Take a look. It's actually updating. Also, I have no idea why the inventory is offset at the bottom. Okay, there we go. Oh. Why does that happen? That's a little frustrating. Okay, I don't know what's up with that now. Also, on inventory change, I'm also going to say... If that, otherwise, I.texture is equal to null. So it doesn't have a texture. So now, like, if I take that one off... There we go. Look like Jeffrey discovered tab containers. I knew about tab containers before. What do you mean? I've been using those for a long time, ever since the options menu existed. Yeah, well, I am using more just because, like, now that we're adding more things and building them up, I don't want to have to make a whole new UI for something that basically does the same thing, right? So, it is a good use case of it. And yeah, especially with the shops and stuff, right? Because it's the same thing. It's just, yeah. So yeah, this works. It's... this is annoying. I don't know what's happening with the UI spawning here. Why it's like, you know, in a terrible location. I'm gonna restart the game and hope that it fixes itself, but I'm a little worried about that. So let's see. By the shops who don't allow to sell. The sell tab doesn't look disabled. Yeah. How would you change it to make it look more disabled? Okay, there we go. Oh god. Why does this happen? What is going on, dude? Oh, okay. Very, very odd. That's a problem we're gonna have to work out. Let's give myself some items. Iron ingot. I don't know what's going on with that. Very weird. Alright, so I mean, this seems to be working. It is flipping the top sprite, which is not what I want, though. So I wonder why that is. I think it's just because the top sprite is just flipped. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, then with weapon stuff, this should look okay, I think. Now, I don't like how it, doesn't, like, scale, right? Like, this should take up a larger area in here, but as you can see, it's, the other images are just stuck at the static size. So I want to fix that. Gotta do some clearing out here. Is this inhumane to kill these guys? Yeah, you can kill them. They're just entities, so they have health. Man, yeah, this is annoying with this. I've had so many issues with this recently with like weird position stuff with the control nodes. I don't know what's up with that. Okay, but yeah, this is working, and I can click OK. It's not gonna, I can't actually select the weapon yet because we don't have the code to create it in our hands, but it's close. So, I mean, basically the tool bench is kind of set up. There's just some minor things that we're gonna have to fix here. Because it's still, for example, showing the info about our melee weapon, not our ranged weapon, so... we're gonna have to do that. But yeah. And yeah, quality of life no clip, if you don't put it, it just toggles. Yeah. That would be nice. I could probably add that. Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad. Okay, so yeah, what's going on here? Why is the inventory not centered? Because this is kind of an issue. Is it because of what the tool bench is? No, it's just a center container. Man. I don't know what's up now. Yeah, that's a little stupid. We're gonna have to work on that then. Also, yeah, this is all the the problem is it does update text with data, and since data is, yeah, it's just all bad. I had to fix that. Okay. And then yeah, we run set weapon. So set weapon in here, this is gonna need a lot of work, because this is kind of the one that actually gets everything calculated, right? So that's gonna take a little bit of work to do. I also want to add the wheel selection thing for the ranged weapon so that we can select the ranged weapon when we're on the melee weapon. So that's going to be a thing we have to do. Yeah, there's a million things in here we're going to have to move around. So we've got last weapon data and all this stuff. I don't know what last weapon data does. Must do something. And first piece and all this business, dude. There's a lot in here. And weapon data is just a dictionary of dictionary or an array of dictionaries. I don't know why it's 4. So that seems weird. Oh. Name, damage, cooldown, and knockback. Okay. And cooldown, all that stuff. Weapon recharge, special weapon recharge, all that business. Okay. So yeah, there's gonna be quite a bit of work to be done here. Tool action is fine. The actual attacking stuff will be pretty easy. It's just all this, right? So it's gonna be kind of a hassle. This is why I wanted to get started on it early though, because I know it's gonna be a hassle, right? So, and I want to figure out how we can make this image stuff kind of work better. Because like if this image is null, I don't want it to have a size, right? But I don't know how I can really do that. I think what I need to do here, honestly, what I would love, I don't know if it's really possible, but to just take the images and merge it into one image, right? That would be awesome. Right, and then just like turn it into one image would be great. Make it way easier to handle this stuff. So what do they use here? They just say, get the image. All that stuff. So it's just saying this is just making a node 2D. It's just adding the child as a combined sprite. That's not really what I want. Let's take a look into the image functions, because I'm pretty sure there's a way you can put images onto other images. So let's check on that. It's empty, get width. Shrink times 2 seems like a weird function. Okay. Pretty sure there's a way in here where you can put an image onto it. Because I think I remember seeing that, and see, you can also do like save PNG and all that stuff. I think I remember seeing something about that with when I was messing with like the minimap stuff. So it's compressed, has mip maps, get width, use get size, get region, fill rect. That's a color. Copy from. Blend rect. See, that might be what I'm talking about, because you can get a source image and then a destination. Alpha blends source rectangle from source image to this, the image at this coordinate. So that's just alpha stuff, though. Okay, is this what I want to do? Blit rectangle copies the source rectangle from the source image to this image. Possibly. Let's mess with that, because that might be what I want. So just for now, I'm gonna go ahead and just make all those invisible. I'm gonna paste this here. And in part stats, I'm just gonna say, don't do any of this stuff. Oh, I will, but I'm not gonna set that. So basically, I'm just getting the item data. I'm gonna say var parts is an array. And then I'm just gonna say parts.pushback item data.sprite. And then what I'm gonna do is say image.new for I and parts. So this will be that. Dot lit rect. The source image will be that, which is pretty sure it's an image. I source rectangle rect2i. Can I specify stuff for this? From and then to position and then size. That's what I want. Then size is vector2 Or it's just gonna be I dot size or something. What's the other parts of this? Destination. Destination is just gonna be vector 2.0. I just want to see what this even does, right? And it says parts is not defined. Yep. Let's get that back. I don't know if this is gonna work. So what is being returned in this case? Like when we load an image or a texture, it's not an image, is it? I think it's an image texture. So how can I convert an image texture back into an image? Texture.getImage. That's how we can do it. So we're gonna say I.getImage. Alright. I don't know what's gonna happen here. And then I'm just gonna say 6 dot texture is equal to image dot wait, how do I convert it into a texture again? I know that you can do it. I just saw it. Oh, image texture dot create from image. So image texture dot create from image I. Oops, and that's actually going to be this one. Image, and then this one was I.getImage. Okay, I don't know if this is gonna work. Also, we have ads going on. I would love if I could get this working, because it means that we can just, instead of having to have all these different nodes, it really complicates everything. If I can just like make a function that just returns an image of the weapon, it makes this way, way easier. So I would love to do that. I think if we tweak it enough, I mean, if this works, if it pastes the other image onto this image, then this is going to be the route. I don't know how performant it is, but, you know, we'll see on that. So anyways, let's grab some items and see what it does. So theoretically, it should just paste the images onto each other. Oh, I said it's non-existent size. They're all the same size, so I'm just gonna say 12 by 12 right now. Okay, so nothing really seems to be happening. I think it's because I'm saying... I don't know what's up, actually. Is it because I never set a size for image? Probably. Image texture. Yeah, I mean, how do I set, like, data of an image? I did this before in the minimap stuff. So let's go look at that. Because I know in here somewhere, I'm pretty sure that I create an image. Yeah, right here. Image.create. That's what I do. So let's try that. Image.create. And it's just going to be a 12 by 12 false in RGB8. So let's try that. See what that does. Okay. Well, it did create an image. It's just black, but it is there. It's throwing errors. Let's see what that's saying. Invalid image. Image is empty. D size is 0. So I'm not sure what's up with that. So, hey, Freshwater Fern, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? I don't know, I just opened the thing. There we go. But yeah, it's going good. I am messing with image stuff right now. So, for the longest time in Starground, how it's kind of been set up with these weapons, it's stupid. I have it set up so that we just have the images, right, from the inventory, and I just stack them on top of each other. And it's fine. It kind of gets the job done. And it's worked for a long time, but now that I'm jumping into ranged weapon stuff, it's a little, it's frustrating because we have 2 areas where it happens. So we have the tool bench that needs to display the preview of the image, and then it also needs to be displayed in your hand, right? So like we're gonna have like a gun here in your hand, and then there also has to be a gun here. I could do this with nodes, right? But it starts to get really complicated because it was kind of straightforward with the melee weapon because it's 3 pieces stacked on each other, right? And so all you have to do is just say, all right, this one will just be that much, like the vertical height of this image higher. So it's just stacking the images. But with this is complicated because now we have like an image stacked. So we have like an image here, one in the center, then one on top. But then we also have one on the side now, right? So it gets really complicated. It just, yeah, it's just stupid, and it's a lot of work having to like keep track of all the images and make sure they connect together properly. So what I'm looking into right now is dynamically creating images. Yeah, right. Just like, it's just complicated. With because what I would like to do, I'm messing around with the image class in Godot right now and seeing if I can just do all of that stuff in a function and then just return a complete image of the gun, right? So like this is, the whole gun is just one texture, and I don't have to like generate this with multiple nodes every single place I use it. It's just a way easier way to have like a preview image of this weapon. So what I'm trying to do right now in the code is I'm setting up like an empty initial image and then just running through each sprite in like the list of parts in this weapon and then trying to stack them onto this image. So far, the image is just black, so I don't know what part I'm doing wrong. I'm saying, create image. Oh, this is depreciated? Okay, I guess I should use create empty. Definitely won't be able to unless they have a very comprehensive library for this. Yeah. I don't know, I'm looking into it and I think it may be possible, because they have this one function that is blit rect, and essentially it lets you copy a section of an image onto the current image. And I think with that I could just copy the whole image and just paste it onto the other image, like the complete image, right? And then I could know what size that big image needs to be because I can just grab the sizes of each individual part and just add them together. So I think I can do it. I don't know. It would be very nice if I could get this set up because it would simplify a lot of things. But yeah, it might be tricky. I don't know. We'll see. I guess I need to use this create empty thing now. So image.create empty 1212 false. Okay, it's like the same function. I don't even know why it's a different function. So this is gonna say I.get image. So I am pushing back, yeah, the sprite for each thing. I.get image returns like the image. It's weird, there's like 2 different kinds of images because there's image and then there's also texture, image texture. I don't know why there's like 2. but I mean, I guess it works. Depends on if it overwrites alpha as well. Yeah. That's the kind of thing that I'm not sure about yet, but I'm just sort of diving in and seeing what I can do. Maybe it'll work. But yeah, there's definitely could be some issues with this method, so I'm not like completely relying on this. I mean, if this doesn't work out, I can just do the other way I was doing it. It's not ideal, but it works, you know. This would be nice though if I could get this to work. So I mean, I think I'm doing this function right. I'm saying grab the copy source rect from source image, yeah, to this image at coordinates destination. So what I'm saying here keeps going back to this script. That's the source image. I'm getting the rectangle, so that's going to be starting at position 0 and having a size of 12 pixels. And then destination is just at 0. So, I mean, I think it should work. I don't know. There's also copy from. I don't think that's what I want, because I think that'll just completely override the image. Just wondering if there's any other functions in here. Crop. Fill. That's just with colors. Bitmaps. Yeah, I think that's the function I want to use. But I don't know. Must have the same format. They should. Well, let's try this again. Maybe it'll do something. We'll just get out of the inventory. No, still not doing anything. I'm not sure, like, why it's just pure black, because at the very least it should have, like, I don't know. I mean, maybe that just doesn't work. I could say, image dot copy from, and then the initial image in parts, so parts 0 dot get image. Just to see if that's even working. Okay, so that is working. I mean, it does copy it from that image. Okay, that's weird, because I put a sprite there, and it becomes that one? I think it's just because that becomes the first index or something. That's a little weird. I'm gonna print out what this list is. Let's see. Well, that doesn't really help. Can I do get an image? Will that help me? Have a name or something? Oops. That's not right. I don't know. My guess is why it just completely replaces the image is because that becomes the first one in the list. Yeah, I believe that's what's happening. So yeah, I mean, copy from works, but doesn't seem like anything else in here works. I can print out in here just to make sure it is actually running through. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, I mean, it's looping through the textures. And I'm saying image dot split rect I dot get image. And then rect to vector 2.0. I mean, I think I'm doing that right. Because what I'm saying in here is position. I mean, maybe this has to be a vector 2i, which is why it's broken. Could actually be. But no, it doesn't really seem to matter. And then it just pastes that on top. Well, why? Okay, that's interesting because it'll loop through each image. How are the images sorted? Because it should be by 3 first. double check on this. Yeah, so it's going to do 3 first, which is at this. This is the index of 3. So that should always be first. But for some reason, adding that there is completely overriding the image, which technically I don't think that should work like that. So I think this might actually be working. It is working. So it is doing something. It is pasting the image on top, which is very interesting. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, it does seem to be just overriding everything. I wonder if there's a way I could prevent it from copying alpha data. If I could strip it from any alpha data. Source corresponding max. Yeah, so there's also this. This is split rect mask. And this might fix the alpha overlapping issue, because I think I can just pass in the same image as the mask. And I think it might work. So I think I can do blit rect mask. And then just say that. I.get image. Maybe. Oh. Okay, this is good. So basically by just passing in the same image as the mask, it means that it will only add the image where the image is. It's not going to overlap on these transparent areas. So that actually does work, which is interesting. So, I mean, honestly, if that works, then this should be possible. I should be able to stack these all onto the same image, which is great. Because that's, oh man, it's gonna make it so much easier. I know it doesn't visually change anything, but it's just, like, I could eliminate an enormous amount of code with this, trying to do all the image previews, because there's just so many things that go into this. Like, with the melee weapon, it's like the bottom thing's gotta be flipped and stuff. It's a whole thing. So, having the ability to just generate it as one image like this is kind of cool. So, yeah, I think this should work. Would be interesting. I don't know. I'm just gonna have to get the positioning right now, which I don't think will be too bad. Because I know what index I'm at, so I can just say, like... What I'll probably do is this, not if it's null, but just say... Always push back item data. So I'll just say I.name to int. Let's see. Because I want to have gaps so I know which one is which, right? So I'm always just going to push back. I'll just push it back if it has a thing, otherwise just push back null. So that should work. So that's going to grab item data sprite. All right, so then now in here, I can actually check like the size of everything. So what I want to do before I actually create this image is loop through and get the total size of it all. And I'm pretty sure in image, there's a pretty simple function for that. I think you just get width and get height, yeah. So first off, I'm gonna grab the total height of the gun. So I'm just gonna say I in parts, I.get image.get height. So total height is going to start at 0. Then I'm going to say total height plus equals that. And I actually only want to check the first 3 parts. So what I'm checking here then would be 3, 4, 5. So for I in range 0 to 3, I want to do parts at index I. And then when I create this, I'm going to do total height. Okay. Interesting. All right. And then now when I actually create the image, I can check like the position. A dirty way of doing this is just checking the index and deciding where it goes based off on that. That's probably what I'm actually going to do. I'm just going to say match. Match. I guess I'll say size. And range parts.size. So I know what index it is. And then I can do all this stuff. Two and three. Okay. This will be interesting. I hope this works. And then, yeah, I is going to have to be changed. This is actually going to be parts at index I. This isn't going to be ran too much, so honestly, it doesn't really matter if this doesn't perform very well. I don't really care right now. So, yeah, that's going to grab the image. And then this is the coordinate of where it's pasted on the image. So 0 is going to be the center, so that goes to 0. 1 is going to be the handle, so that's going to go to vector 2i. 0, 12, so it's down. This one's going to be vector 2i. 0. Oh, actually, this will be 0, 24. We're going to have to mess with this. But yeah. And then this one, since it's the first one, is vector 2i dot 0. Or no, it'll actually be 0, 12. 24. And this one will be 0. We're going to have to change it, right, depending on how many pieces there are. Because if there's like one piece, then that has to be at 0 or whatever part is in there. So it's going to have to change a bit depending on that, but it shouldn't be too bad. We're just going to test this right now for assuming a complete image. And then that one's going to be at 12. And then 12. Okay. Let's try this out. Oh. Oh, it's because I don't get the... Yeah. So we're going to say, if parts I is not null. And then same down here also, if parts at I not null, then do this stuff. And doing this for the ranged weapons should be even more simple because we don't have to do any positioning stuff with ranged weapons, right? So yeah. Also, yeah, this is grabbing from part 0, but it's not there. So I'm just going to say parts.size is greater than 0. Then copy it from there. I guess I'll just say if parts at 0, because it's always going to be the same size, is not equal to null, then we do that. There we go. Okay, so this will grab, yeah, and these are going to be off because it's going to be putting it at the wrong position, which is fine. Now, doing this, it doesn't seem to change the image, though, for some reason. I'm going to print out every time what the total height is on this. And that's an output. Yeah, so height there is 0. That's 12. That's 24. That should be 36. Okay, so that does change the height. And it should be setting the height of that to... Oh, but it's probably because I'm doing copy from on this, which doesn't work. So I just have to get rid of that. So Agent, what's up? Agent 258, welcome in. There we go. Now the image is actually scaling properly. So that is working. It's a little janky though, because it's still just black. I'm not sure why it's just pure black. Because down here it should be pasting the image on, right? I'm actually going to have it just print here. Just to make sure it is running that code. What do you mean expected? Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, so it's not running that code. Match I. Expected expression, no, that's fine. So it's not matching with I for some reason, which is 0, which doesn't make any sense. Okay, it is throwing errors. Error calling to that to update preview. Okay, so it just like failed to connect the signal. I think we may have to restart the game now, because I think I messed everything up. Okay. Let's see what this looks like. Oh yeah, I don't have any items. Alright, so if we put this here, still black image. Not sure why it's just pure black like that. So we do have to figure that out. It is running this code though, so I mean it should be working. Make sure I'm using the right thing. Yeah, destination is the coordinates on the image. Yeah, let's have the same format. Should be fine. I'm not sure why it's not working. Because this is assuming we have all parts, so it's going to do it at 0, 0, 0. First one will be at 12, which should be fine. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be working. So I'm not sure what's up with that. I do notice that it's filled with black, which is not really what I want. I think maybe what I want to do is fill with a color. So here I'm just going to say image.fill color 1110. Maybe that's what I want to do here. So it gets filled with transparent. That doesn't seem to be working. Because it looks like even when we have alpha... Is it because it's RGB 8? Because I need alpha transparency. Yeah, I think that's the issue. I think that's why. Yeah, I need RGB A8. I think that's why this isn't working. Let's try that again. Oh, that's totally working. Yeah, it's just that I had the wrong image format because it was with had no alpha transparency. And so when I tried to paste it on, it just completely broke it because it wasn't the same image format. Sick. But yeah, this is totally working. I mean, still a little janky sometimes, like the positioning of this stuff is weird because it has like two parts here, but it'll you know, do it wrong. So we're gonna have to work out those cases, but honestly, for the most part though, it seems to be working pretty well. And then all I'm gonna do is kind of do the same thing here, which is just gonna get the maximum width. So for 0 to 3, that's getting the total height, which is all good. And then I do need to get the biggest width. So what I'm gonna do for that is just this. Bar total width is 0. And then if parts at index 0 is not equal to null, and if parts at 3, because it's the last piece, is not equal to null, dot get image, dot get width. And then same thing over here at parts 0. So now we have the total width and height of our image. So that works pretty well. And then it's just going to be a matter of getting these images like displaying in the proper coordinate, which I don't think will be too difficult. It's just going to be like a case of checking, okay, what's the total height? If the total height's only 2 images or whatever, then just draw it, you know, at 2 images. Because like this one's all screwed up. This one's being drawn at like the wrong position and stuff, so we'll work that all out. But this is definitely working, which is crazy. And then yeah, I want to do the same thing with this, because now here's the great part about this, is we can just turn this into a function and then just pass in a texture and we're done. We don't have to do this a million times in every spot where we need a preview of the image, right? Which is what's so great about this. So I'm pretty excited to be able to use this function. I think it'll be very nice. And this is also great because I can decide which parts kind of overlap on other parts. Because now I can say, okay, if this one goes first, then that's going to be like the lowest depth on the image. So it really does give us a lot of control on how we want to display these things. And it's also nice because, like, if I want to change how I display melee weapons or something, I can easily just change the function for that. I don't have to change it 5 different places every time now. Clean code. It really is a wondrous thing, so... But yeah, this should be really nice. I am glad that I'm messing around with this. I know it's like a bunch of work, but it really simplifies so many things with the game, so... Yeah, I don't know why the UI still does this thing where it's low like that. Kind of a problem. Oh, so we have an ad going on. My apologies. Okay. So, I am gonna need to check the... How am I going to decide where they go, I guess? Because we have... let's see. We're going to have cases for every instance, right? Because if this is the only image, then I'm going to have to draw that at 0. I guess I could just have a variable that's like vertical count. Which could possibly work. Yeah, I don't know, I'll have to figure out exactly how I want to do this. I also have to be weary of like how these other parts are drawn, because excuse me. The thing is that these are always drawn from 0 coordinates. Also, ads are over. My apologies. So sprites are always drawn in this. How this works is at like 0, 0. So if I draw an image, this is the starting point. So the reason why that matters is because let's say I have a scope that's really big or something, right? Like a humongous scope, and then a tiny little core piece. I don't want this to draw at 0, 0, and then still draw the core piece here, and then it's like this, because that's just gonna look bad. So, because I want the core piece to be directly underneath the scope. So I am gonna have to check like the biggest width of the first pieces and stuff like that. It's gonna be a little complicated. I'm gonna have to figure that out. What I'd probably want to do then is with total width, get the actual total width. So I'm actually going to do this for eye and range. Well, we already do it here. So I'm just going to grab the maximum width of one of these parts. Right. So I don't know. Let's say our maximum width is... Well, we'll just have a little variable var. Max width, and then we're gonna get the same info. Or that's height, so let's not mess with that one. But why don't I grab this and say, right, var width is that. If width is greater than max width, then max width is equal to width. So basically now we know the maximum width of that. And then all we're gonna say is, if parts 3 is not null, then total width is max width plus parts 3 get width. So that really will give us the maximum width of everything. So with that set up, we can basically check like, okay, our scope is really long, so it's still gonna put our core piece here and our barrel here in normal, and the scope can extend past, right, like that. And I think that's gonna work. Because otherwise it would screw everything up. Now, I am going to have to figure out, like, drawing positions. I guess what I'll probably do is just say, draw the widest piece always at 0, because that's going to be the extent of our image, right? The edge of it. So, like, the bounding box would be like this. And then that would also be the highest point, so we're just going to draw it like this. Right? So I think that'll work. I think I might also have widest index. Right? And then I'm going to say widest index is equal to 0. Or equal to I. So then down here I can say, if that is the widest index, then go ahead and make it wide. So I don't know if a match statement really makes the most sense here anymore. I think I'm just going to get rid of that for a minute. So I'm going to look through every part, and I'm going to say if I is equal to widest index, then I know that that's the one that should be... it should be all the way to the left. I'm just going to say var position is vector 2.0. So if widest index... yeah, let's see here. Because I'm going to need to draw these in the center. It does get really complicated. There's going to be a lot of, like, checking we're going to have to do with this, right? I wonder if it would make sense to store info on every single part, so we can run through this and be like, okay, we have this top part. What is the... We store the total size, the height, stuff like that. And then we have this part. We store the size of that, and then this part. So then, like, when we loop through, I can check, like, okay, we're first checking with this part. Is it the widest? No. Then go ahead and set the position to... It's tricky. So I want to do half of... Here's what our initial position is going to be. So we have this maximum width thing. And that's going to be the widest... Yeah, so it's going to be maximum width divided by 2. And then we're going to say that subtracted by the width of our own sprite. So parts I dot get image dot get width. So that'll make sure it's always centered horizontally where it needs to be. Okay. Spider-Man Patcher, what's up? What do I think about game hackers? Like just people that hack in games that cheat? That kind of thing? Or is that like a game or something? Game hackers. I don't think it's a thing. Yeah, I think you just literally mean people that hack. Yeah. Like cheat development? That's... yeah, so just people that cheat in games. I mean, I think it's kind of sucky for everyone else playing because it just takes the fun out of it, right? I think it also really depends on the kind of game. I think if it's like a multiplayer game where people cheat, then that's a big issue. If you're cheating on like a little single player game where it's just you, it doesn't really matter if you cheat because the only person you're cheating is yourself, right? So in that case, it really doesn't matter. Like Starground being a, you know, either just playing with your friends or a single player thing. So yeah, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. You know, I added cheats in because it's like just for me testing and for people that don't really care and, you know, want to give themselves something, right? There's nothing wrong with that necessarily. But yeah, I do think it's an issue though where you have like a multiplayer game with a bunch of people playing and somebody cheats because it's basically it just devalues everybody else's time, right? Then what's the point of playing the game if you can just get if somebody else is getting the loot and whatever XP in you know minutes or seconds or whatever. So I do think it matters when it's multiplayer and it affects other people's you know, like game, but if it's just a single player thing it really doesn't matter. Okay, so that's getting the position. I'm also going to say the default position is 0. So this is actually what I can do. I can grab last position, probably. This is what's a little tricky about this. I think I might change the inventory ordering of how these parts are sorted. Because then I can start at the top left scope item first. So that'll start at 3, that'll go to 4, and that'll go to 5. And then this last one is 6. And then, actually, I don't really need these V-boxes anymore, which is nice. Then that means I don't need the V-box, so I just put it here. And now I'm just going to say margin container gun. Alright. So with that new ordering, that should work. I don't know what's going to happen in here, if it's going to break. Okay, yeah, it did. So, wait, is this inside the... It's in the melee weapon. I don't know why it's complaining about inventory data. Which is weird. Is it because the children in here are messed up? No. Oh, they are completely out of order. I don't know. Let's just restart the game. Okay, back to this one. Make sure I'm on the right one here. Yes. So yeah, the first one will always be at position 0. That's going to be like the starting position. And then what I can do is have var last height as a variable. So I know what the last position of it was. So I'm just going to say at last height. And then I'm also going to say last height plus equals parts I dot get image dot get width. So it'll always put the parts after that. So if we only have one part in the list, then that means it's going to be at 0. If we have a bunch of parts, then, yeah, you get the idea. Now we still have to kind of do all this for the width stuff. The barrel will always be at the width position of the middle part. Okay, why is it doing this now? I must have screwed something up. Oh, I did. Wait, images? No, I don't need images anymore. So what's wrong here? Is this in the part stats thing? No, it's in the melee weapon one. I don't know why. No, wait, no, this is the one. Okay, so what is it saying? For eye and images. Oh. Yeah, no, we don't have to do that anymore. Okay, yeah, all I'm going to do is just say for eye and range from 4 to... Oh, I want to include 3, so from 3 to... inv-data.size. I don't have to check if that exists because I know it will. Or, well, no, that's just checking it at that index, which is fine, I guess. Yeah, no, that should work. Okay, now it's not crashing anymore. Still don't know why it does that whole thing. A little annoying. Let's see what this does now. Just gonna grab a couple different parts to use. We're actually gonna add some ranged weapons into the game so we can test it with those, but this works for now. Okay. Range, so if we put one item in, it's not happy. I don't know why that's null. Oh, because I'm saying it's not 0 anymore. Oh yeah, why am I saying it's 0? That seems like a stupid mistake. Okay, anyways, let's retry that. Oh. Not happy. Oops. Missed the parentheses. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so it doesn't really work. I think it's just because I'm actually not adding the image right now. Yeah. So all I have to just say is this. We're gonna say parts I.getImage at 0, 12, sure, whatever. And then I'm just gonna set the position to position. Now this I actually do want to get the size. So I'm gonna say parts I.getImage.getWidth, and then the height. Okay. Super long, crazy line of code, but it doesn't matter. Okay, a little weird. So without that, the images are completely invisible. Wonder why that is. So what it's saying in here is it's going to get the maximum width, which is... Oh, I'm subtracting it by the width. I need to divide that by 2. That would be the reason why. Hey, Robbie, what's up? How's it going? How are you doing? Okay, weird. I don't know why that would be so weird. Okay, so let's say that the width is 12, including the maximum width. So that's going to be 12 divided by 2, which is 6. And then we're going to get it subtracted by the part width. Oh, that should be get height. That might be part of my issue. I don't know, it's still broken though. So it works when I have this thing here. It's just like completely offset weird, which is odd. So okay, 12 is the maximum width divided by 2, and then I subtract it by the image width divided by 2. So the image width divided by 2 is 6. So 6 minus 6 should be 0. Unless it's subtracting first or something. Oh, it also could be because it's a vector 2. So hey, Aaron, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's see that. Nope, still doing it. So I'm going to print out what max width is and all that stuff. So we can figure out why it's doing that. So maximum width is 12? That doesn't make any sense. Really clean looking game. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, I do try to make things feel... I spend a lot of time on UI and stuff because I think that really does matter a lot. I see a lot of indie games that like are fun and all, but sometimes the UI sucks and it makes it tricky to play. Basically anywhere where I can eliminate like, you know, any trouble between the player and the actual gameplay I think is pretty important. Yeah, facts. Working the UI of my portfolio site right now. Not game dev, but similar kind of thing. Ah, yeah, nice. Yeah, I think being able to make good UI is a really important skill. People always skimp out on it, you know, because they're just like, I'm just going to make the game fun and not worry about anything else, and then they don't do any good UI stuff, and then... But whenever I see a game with, like, bad UI, I instantly think, like, ah, that's, like, a big letdown for me, you know? Makes me not want to play the game. Oh, am I stupid? No, this should be fine. I'm trying to figure out what's up with this. I hate UI. Yeah, I know. It's important though, yeah. I mean, I'm going through UI stuff right now, so. I just need a job. Yeah, I feel that. I have to show off my projects. Yeah. Yeah, man, the industry is pretty bad right now. I think having a strong portfolio is kind of the only way you can actually break in without past work experience. Deep Rock Galactic is some really good in-game UIs. Yeah, Deep Rock Galactic UI is pretty nice. I do like that it's kind of stylized, but they don't like sacrifice readability and stuff, right? I think that's an important thing. I think there's really like two approaches to UI, which is just kind of basic bland UI. Starground doesn't really have very unique UI. Some of the things I try to make cool, like the Star Launcher, but the UI is pretty basic. And then the other route is like every UI being like a custom image and stuff, which is cool, but it does take a lot of time to make all the UIs interesting and unique like that, right? So... yeah, I don't know why this isn't working. No, that's fine. I'm getting the width and the height, and then just that position. I'm trying to figure out what's up with this. Because I'm looping through all the parts, I should start at part 0. You moved it? Oh, you didn't know that you could do that? Yeah. You can navigate around the Star Launcher. And you can also zoom in and out. I have it set up like this because I imagine in the future we're going to have more planets that you actually need to move over and navigate to, right? So... and maybe I could also make it so you could move around with like WASD or arrow keys too. That might be kind of nice. I'm not hiding in any secrets yet. But I would like to have like a little secret planet or something that you have to go find. I think that'd be fun. The UI is a little janky on this because this the scale of this pop-up increases as you zoom in. So you can't read it anymore. I do want to change that so this will always stay at like a static size like this, and then if you zoom in it just gets smaller so it looks the same instead of getting enormous like this. So there's still some work to be had with this. And also one thing that isn't very good about it is it doesn't zoom in where your cursor is. So if you zoom in here, it's like it's zooming back in on 0, 0. So it's not perfect. There's still work to be had on how this works, but I just haven't because everything's invisible right off the bat, so you don't even need to scroll or anything, so it's not really a big deal. And I'm really confused on why this doesn't work. Because I'm getting the maximum width divided by 2, which is 12, right? I mean, I'm not crazy, right? I'm gonna print out what position is. It's probably gonna be -6. No, so it is just 0. That's what I'm really confused about right now. And like here too, it's just drawing at 0. So why is it invisible? Why is it all broken, right? It only seems to work when it's set out like that. So I'm not really sure what's up with that. I am quite confused on that issue. I mean, total width, I don't think it's that, because it doesn't matter. We're drawing it at 0, so it should be okay. And then max width, we're just saying, it might be this, it might be this. I think I have to say down here, total width is maximum width. And then we say if it's not that, then total width plus equals the part's width. That's probably the issue. There we go. So yeah, that's the issue. Pretty minor thing. I was just calculating the maximum width incorrectly. We're almost there. I just have to make that display correctly. So the way I'm gonna have to do that is check if, like grab the position of the center component. So what we're gonna do for that on this one, I think I'm just going to say if I is equal to 5 or 6, then I'm going to go ahead and change it. So what I want to do with that case is, let's see here. I just want to do it at the position of where I drew the center. I'll probably just have another variable. And then I'm just going to say if it's 1, center position is equal to last height. So now I know where the center piece is. Then I can say for this last piece, position is equal to vector 2i. Let's see here. It's going to be at maximum width, I think. And then I'm going to draw it at center position. So let's see if that works. Okay, it doesn't really seem to work. So I should draw it at maximum width. And then set it to center position. That should be working. I'm gonna print in here just a thing to make sure. Okay, it's not actually running. If I is equal to 6, should be. Prime range. Oh, no, this is in terms of parts. So if I is equal to 3. Whoopsies. There we go. Look at that. Now it's drawing where it should be. All right. I know this seems like a lot of work and it's stupid, but now look at what we have. I can take off the scope and it just scales to whatever size it needs to be. Or I could take off the handle and now it's just that, right? And same with the barrel or the core, it's just nothing. Now it is a little janky when we have like this, just these two. Because it's like, well, where does the handle really supposed to go? There's no like core of the gun. So it's fine if that's a little weird, I think. But yeah, once we put the core in there, then everything is formatted correctly. And we can take off the scope, like that's an optional attachment. Same technically with the handle, it would be stupid not to put a handle on, but... so yeah, I think that pretty much works. And I'm probably also gonna take the same thing and move it into a function for the melee weapon also. Just so I don't have to have a bunch of different pieces, because that gets really stupid. So yeah, no, I mean, this looks pretty good. I'm gonna kind of clean it up a little bit in here. And I'm sure there's issues with it, right? I know there's issues with it. So it's just gonna be a matter of adding in weapon parts and actually finding those issues, right? I'll just merge all this in. I don't like that being like that. Okay. Now I don't need any of this crap. None of this crap. Look how easy that is. And now I just grab all of this. And, that's it. I think. Yeah, I think that should be it. Okay. Let's do that. So then I'm gonna go put this into a function in mod API actually. Because why not, right? That's just gonna be down at the bottom in helper functions. Function build gun sprite. And then just put it all in there. And then I'm gonna pass in player inventory. This could be a type of array. This will return an image texture. So just down here, I'm gonna say return image dot, or it's image texture dot create from image. Cool. And that's literally it, I think. So build gun sprite. Now I can just say the texture from this will just be build gun sprite inv data. And that is literally it. I don't even need to do that, and this can be one line right now. Boom. Never been easier, guys. It's not bad. That's not bad at all. All right, cool. I think that's pretty much it there. Then update text, just gonna be all that stuff. All right. So now I can just move these parts around and it should work. Probably have to restart the game because I moved the functions around. But this is so much easier. Now in the player, I don't have to have the weapon and the ranged weapon to be like 5 different nodes. It's just one image. It's just a sprite. It's easy. Hey, Skellis, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? It's going. Nice, nice. I am currently working on some weapon stuff, and I think it's working. So I'm going to show you what we did. Trying to figure out how to make a tool. Oh yeah, for what? Okay, watch this, everybody. So, we have our new tab on the tool bench menu now. Now we have the range tab, right? Sorry, I'm just organizing. So we can create a ranged weapon, and it'll automatically generate a sprite based off of the position of these items. So it's pretty cool. You'll see how it all works together. But it's super awesome, because what this is just an image. It's not a combination of nodes. It's just an image. Basically, I set up a function that will dynamically, like, it'll grab the images of each item individually and then merge them together to make a combined weapon. And it's great because it works for all the different configurations. Let's say we don't have the scope on. Okay, fine. Let's say we don't have the barrel or whatever. Like, it works for all the different setups. So now there's some that are stupid, like not having a core and then just a barrel doesn't really make any sense. So in that case, I'm probably gonna have a check and make sure we actually do have a barrel, or otherwise it's just gonna say invalid weapon configuration or something, right? But yeah. I'll go start, yeah, but yeah, it's going good. I mean, I'm just working on the new dungeon stuff, so like a more streamlined way to set up position rotations. Oh yeah, with Godot, yeah. Yeah, that's how you make weapons in Starground. Is it's modular, so you just put the components in. This is just random garbage. It's not actually weapon components, so yeah, it doesn't work. But like, for example, the melee weapon, we actually have a sword in here, and then the handles, right? And then you get a weapon. So you can also put regular parts in, though, if you really wanted to. Like, I can just grab stone and just chuck it in here, and now I have a sword, right? So it does work. It doesn't mean that it's you're supposed to, though. All right. So, and it does hurt people. I think the rock has damage, so eventually this guy will die if I bash him with a rock enough. Barely does any damage, though. I think it does like 1 damage, so it's gonna take a lot of hits to kill this guy. It's just taking a really long time. Dude. Oh, it only does 0.5 damage. It does like nothing. Oh my god. Alright, let's go upgrade this weapon. More rocks. Rocks do damage, so. Now it's really slow, though. That's okay. Memes, I'll come for this, yeah. Oh, there we go. He's dead. Oh, man. And yeah, also, for some reason, all these guys are spawning on the main island, which is not supposed to happen. So I don't know why that's... what's going on with that. I'm gonna have to look into that and see why they're spawning here. Some kind of bug. I don't know why they're spawning here. Doesn't make any sense. Unless I messed up the Space Hub script. I don't think that's the case. Oh, it's because they were saved in my game and I got rid of the save component, so it's trying to load in their position, but it doesn't. Like, it doesn't know what their position is, and so it just spawns them at 0, 0. Okay, well, problem solved. Anyways, though, yeah, I want to work more on this ranged weapon stuff now. We actually have it, like, displaying, so now it's time to add in the parts. So we can actually, you know, make it work. So let's draw those really quick. I'm just going to start with some basic ones. Nothing crazy. Let's just go pick, like, the most simple gem that we can think of on our list of ideas. So this one is just a poison cloud one. which is pretty easy to do, I think, because we already have poison clouds in the game. This one is like a flamethrower kind of thing. This one is a random one, so we'll think about that one. I like the idea of this one, but it is we'll have to work on that. The big boy gem. Yeah, maybe eventually. This is not something we'll have it of, but one cool legendary G effect is cool. I think I had the wrong idea about this. Okay. Force rocks. I'm gonna go eat baby. I can't believe they would eat baby. Yeah, there's just no information about force rocks. I imagine though they just kind of push you away. They're like air waves. And then this one's just slowing down enemies, which is actually pretty easy also. So maybe that one could work too. I don't know. Let's work on let's do the poison one really quick, because that's pretty easy to do. So yeah. It's just like a skull guy. And each part is probably gonna have 3 like tiers to them. So we'll do that. Now, for the sizing on this stuff, this is something that I have to figure out. Is like, how do I want the sizing stuff to work? Because I'm probably gonna have some things inset into the sprite. Right? Basically, we're like the barrel will be back 1 pixel into the image or something. I might just do 2 pixels, which I think would work pretty well. We'll have to see about that. What does a skull look like? Okay, it's kind of like this. Oops. And then he's just got he's got an X. I don't know what his deal is with that X. Something like this, you know, I don't know. It doesn't have to be very complicated. Do I want this more from like a top-down angle? Probably. Probably, sorta, maybe. But also at the same time, I don't think these should be too complicated, right? We'll figure that out. Green. Let's actually do that, and then... So it's gonna glow, I guess? Which, I can't really make it glow. I'll figure out on the glowing part. I guess it's just supposed to be radioactive, so... Maybe I could have, like, particle systems for different, you know, types of nodes and stuff. How does a skull work? Skulls have, like, cheekbones. And then there's also, like, some bit back here or something, I think, in skulls. I always forget. I usually just look at a reference. Skull. Yeah. Basically sort of right. And then there's like some dark green in there or whatever. Would like maybe the eyes glow or something? Nah, that's hard to tell that it's like a skull. That's pretty much it. This isn't gonna be very complicated. You know, this is just gonna be sort of a simple one to start out with, so. Then yeah, I guess just outline it. I would like to do like glowing stuff, but easier said than done. What would the teeth be on the top of your mouth? I guess it is just teeth. That'll work for now. And it's hard to make it look like radioactive, right? Because it's like... I can have like little yellow bits around. I guess that works. And then I guess that one's just called Bones. I still don't know what the name is, because these names are good, but then this one is, this one just has one name. These names are good. That one's fine. But then these ones have Bones, Centuries, and then Fireflies by Owl City. That's not gonna work. I can't do that. So I don't know what the name even is of this one. So I don't know. I don't know what it means. I'm confused. I'm just as confused as everybody else is. So I'm just gonna call this guy I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know. What am I gonna call it? Bones, Centuries, Fireflies by Owl City. I will call it, Bones doesn't really make any sense, though, I feel like, right? Yeah, it's toxic. It's like radioactive poison thing, right? League of Legends player? That's a great idea, yeah. Oh, man. Nah, but it'd be funny. Thesaurus. Poison. Toxin. Blight is cool too. I like the word blight. Yeah. Man. Corrupt. What matches with Bones? Toxin, blight, blown. No. Venom. Infection. Miasma. Bone. Boneteria. Bacteria bone. I don't know, any ideas? Bone blight. Contage bone. Corruption bone. Bone ruption. No. Bonerous. Bonum. No, it doesn't work. Skull. Skulkson. Skullrus. Malbone. That's not bad. Malbone. Skullteria. Skullbane. Skull miasma. Skull tox skull. Light skull. That's kind of a cool... I like Bane and Blight. I think they're cool words. I don't know what this one would be called. I have no idea. Blight. Blight skull. Blight bone. Blight bone? Venom. If it was a gnome, then sure. But yeah, it doesn't really work. Does this website have dark mode? I don't think so. Major letdown. Blight bone, blight skull, blight. Yeah, alright. Blight bone maybe for this guy, and then the next, like the upgraded one is blight skull, and then the last one is blight something else. Blight bone. This is items. Did I have a separate one for weapon components? No, I'm pretty sure that's in items. Are they just in here? They are. Probably gonna make a folder though, and this one will be ranged. Blightbone. I feel like that's cool. Maybe. Anyways, next parts. Let's do the whatever we want. I would like to do a sniper scope. One thing that I kind of want to do on purpose is make these weird shapes. So I'm actually going to make this one like a width of 14 or something. Just because I want to see what it looks like when it's like that, right? So this is just going to be your regular old sniper scope. Something like that. Now, how does that look in comparison to the skull? It's pretty enormous, isn't it? Yeah, on this one I'm probably going to make it a little smaller, I guess. But at least we can check a thing with small width or whatever. Then let's go down to there. It does feel a little wimpy though, doesn't it? Here, let's just do this. And then maybe a little bit of white. Some darkness in the center, because why not, or something. I don't know. And maybe we can kind of see the scope on either side. So I'm gonna call that one sniper scope. And then we're gonna do a basic handle. 12 by 12. What handle would we like to do? Fortunately, basically all the handles that were done don't work now. So, kind of unfortunate. I told Max how it's gonna work, and he just didn't listen to me. So that's a little frustrating, if I'm being honest. I'll just do some kind of pistol grip. Maybe it even has a trigger. I know, Max is in big trouble. And this could have a cool little angle to it, too. Sort of like that. Big trouble with the big boy. Nah, it's okay. He was just very passionate about wanting to do the stock. And while, you know, I appreciate it, it's doesn't work. That's just gonna make a lot of issues. What color do we even want to do for this one? I don't know. Probably just silver. These are just very basic components, you know, they aren't going to really do anything special. Honestly, it's more for just testing than anything, if I'm being honest. So... maybe we have like a little, you know, one of those. Yeah, sure. And just call this one pistol grip. So I have no idea how this is going to look when it's all merged together. That's what we are going to figure out, right? So yeah. Oh, we didn't do a barrel. That's an oversight. So the barrels will probably be pretty long. And then the width of the barrel, or whatever the height, maybe 6 pixels, we'll see. So there are some barrels we can do, though. I'll probably just do a basic barrel. You know, a rifle barrel or something, or maybe just a pistol barrel. I'll probably just start with the pistol barrel. Which is going to be pretty tiny. Oh, I messed it up. Width will be like 10. Let's go to 8 on the height. I don't want to actually make things too small. It's hard to judge, but we'll see. That's probably still too small. Let's just go to 12. All right, pistol. What does a pistol have? So one thing we can actually do is this. I want to give it a little thing over there. And it looks like it's got like a darker region here. With like, almost looks like carbon fiber. I'm just basing this off of the images they drew. I mean, we can go back through and change these around, obviously. Give it some shine. And that's pretty much it. Maybe I do that. Sure. Pistol barrel. And then that should be all the basic parts that we need to actually start testing if they fit together. Obviously, these don't have like stats or anything yet, so that is something we're going to have to add. And that's where things will get a little more complicated, but not too bad. So, weapon components... I guess I'm going to break this up into 2 things now. This is going to be ranged components, then melee components. So, Starground... what did I call them? Blightbone. Blightbone is kind of a cool name, if I'm being honest. Then let's get rid of... Actually, exclusive is true. I want to make sure it's the only one you can put into it. But it's not a special weapon. Because it doesn't have an attack script. And I'm going to hide that stuff for now. Alright, next we have pistol grip. Call it pistol grip. This one needs to be called Blightbone. It's not exclusive. There's going to be an items, ranged, pistol grip. Pistol barrel. And then the last piece. The one piece. Sniper scope. We're going to try this out. Save it up. Let's launch the game and see what happens. So we probably are going to need to kind of push the other sprites into the core by 1 pixel. Just because I think it'll look weird if we don't. Basically just so that like the roundness of the core doesn't like make it look weird. You'll see what I mean. So let's go to this save and let's try it out. All right, give. What do I call it? Something bone. Blight bone. Okay, I didn't change the image. Time to restart. My bad. Alexa, fan on. Snooze the ad. Okay. Blightbone. Give pistol grip. Give pistol barrel. Give sniper scope. Alright, now we have all the pieces. So let's see what this looks like when they actually merge together. So that's the core. Okay. I mean, it is a gun. I need to work on this a little bit though. Clearly. So the pistol grip is way too big. I think. Yeah. I think I need to shrink the pistol grip a little bit. So I should be able to... Yeah, let's see what we can do with that. Actually, it's not that, like, too much big. Just a little bit smaller would probably be good. I do think it's maybe a little tall. Like, just shrinking it like that, I think is pretty much all we need. It wasn't, like, insanely too big. Just a smidgen. And then, yeah, we need to set the things like 1 pixel back into here, into the main image, so we will do that. But, I mean, hey, it's not too bad, in my opinion. I think it actually looks kind of good. I probably would change the pistol grip, though, to be more vertical. Sort of like this. Maybe even like that. And then if I'm doing that, I'd probably also move this up a pixel. Maybe even like that. Yeah, let's try that. Okay, and then let's go ahead and make it so it gets set 1 pixel back into the thing. So now what we can do is just go to Mod API and do it here. I don't have to mess with the other stuff. Alright. So all I'm really going to do with this is just say... down here... last height plus that minus 1. So it'll do 1 pixel into the other things. That should be pretty much it. And then for this one, for maximum width, I'm just going to say max width minus 1, so that it kind of goes to the left into the main part. And that's it. So actually, that'll update right now. Yeah, you can see how that's kind of changed a little bit. They just look more integrated into each other. And I think that looks pretty good. With the new pistol grip sprite, I think it'll look fine. So, yeah. Now I just need, like, code to be able to swap to the weapon. So we can actually see what it looks like in our hand. But, hey. It's not too bad, I think. Yeah, the pistol grip will be more to the left. I changed the sprite so it'll be a pixel over and just a little smaller, so it should look better in proportion. So we'll see what that looks like once I restart the game. I'm just thinking if there's any other bits I need. I think we're good. I just need to add the, you know, item in the hand, and then we should be good to go. So let's restart the game. I'm gonna go ahead and make this same function for the melee weapon then. Cause, yeah. Borderlands some competition, yeah. I think it is really cool to be able to build your own guns, right? Because I think it's, I don't know. It's cool. Need to hire some excessively long weapon descriptions? Yeah, right? Oh man, it's been so long since I played Borderlands. Yeah, I gotta play that again someday. I haven't played like any of the new ones, but I mean, from what I heard, apparently they're not very good. So, I'll see. Yeah, so it's actually really easy with the melee weapon because I don't need like the width of all the parts and stuff like this. So this will be pretty easy to program, I think. So we've got an ad starting in just a little bit. But you won't get an ad to kill us. So you've got turbo. Played Borderlands 2. A friend ruined it for me when he gave me hacked guns. Oh yeah. I always hate that. I think as a kid, I used to like cheat and stuff because I'm just like, no way, I can type in give gold and it works. As a kid, it's like this is an incredible discovery. But now it just completely ruins everything for me. You know, and when people cheat or I cheat, it's just a bad time. That's why I never do it anymore. Okay, so this one's gonna go from 0 to 3. GoldenEye and N64 handled cheats well. Oh yeah? How did it do that? Let's see, total height, maximum width, widest index. They made them unlockable, but you had to do special tasks in game. Ah, yeah. See, I think that's like a good way of doing it for games like that, like it being kind of like a reward for achieving something, to be able to mess around with cheats. Because then it's like if you're cheating, it's not just like, I don't know, it doesn't instantly ruin the fun. You still have to play through the game, right? I do like that. Doesn't really work for a lot of games, but... So you've basically already beat the game. Yeah, right. I think that's the case where, like, cheats work in the terms of, like, a gameplay sense. Cheats in Starground aren't really like that, just because I don't know how it would really... Like, cheats are mainly for me testing, but I have them disabled, and I disable achievements anyway. A lot of them were dumb anyways, yeah. yeah, big head mode, the classic. I'm gonna have to add big head mode to Starground. Man. Yeah. I always loved messing around with cheats and like... Cheats were always fun when it was like stuff that didn't actually make things that too cheaty, you know? Like a lot of cheats these days are just like giving yourself crazy items and just making instantly becoming god mode, but cheats used to just be stupid stuff, you know? Yeah, big head mode, paintball mode, right? Just like goofy little dumb things. I kind of wish more games did that. Maybe I'll add in stupid cheats into Starground. We'll see. Okay, so this is going to loop through the 3 weapon parts. So this is honestly really easy, because all we have to really do is just get the total height. We don't really need the maximum width or widest index or any of that business. So I'm just going to comment that out. And then all I'm doing is just I'm going to loop through the parts. If it's not null... Well, God, I could eliminate a lot of this code, I think, actually. Well, it'll be fine. but I don't need that anymore. I don't need this width stuff anymore. Last height I will need, but I don't need center position. So it's pretty basic, because we're just stacking them. So what we're going to do, first we get all the parts, and honestly I might as well just do the total height step right there, because why not? Just say total height plus parts I.get image. Actually, let's just do this. Item data.sprite.get image right there, so I don't have to have this little chunk. Total height will just be defined at the beginning. And then width of this will just be... I guess I do have to get the widest part, just so I know the width of the entire sprite. So I will do that. Bar width. So I'm just going to do that. Let's just copy this up here. So I'm going to grab the width, and that's just going to be of the item data.sprite. Get the width. If the width is greater than the width, or I guess I'll call this one max width. Then max width is that, and that's easy. Okay. Then total width will just be maximum width right there. I fill it with white transparent. I get last height. Now I loop through all the parts and I say if it's not null, go ahead and set the position. I have to get the sizing of all the parts combined first before I can do like this step, so that's why. But yeah. Now there is some things that might be not possible with this. I don't know. It probably is possible, but I'm gonna have to flip images. And I don't know how I'm going to do that. How will I do that? I don't know. I'll have to think about that. But anyways, it's just going to say last height is that, set the position last height, add the image, and we're good. So, yeah, like I'm gonna have to flip a part of the image. I'm gonna guess that there's a way I can do that. Like in here, there's probably a flip image function or something. Compress, convert, crop, decompress. Yeah, here we go. Flip Y. So yeah, I can flip it pretty easily. So all I'm going to say is that if it is the handle part or the bottom part, then just flip it vertically, right? So I'm just going to say right here, if I is equal to parts, or if I is equal to 2, and that means it's the last piece, I'm just going to say parts I.get image dot flip Y. And I think that that'll just modify that one. I don't think it'll create a new one. I hope. Does it return a new image? I don't think it does. No, it's a void, so we should be okay. Alrighty. Then that's it. All of the stupid melee stuff I've done in the past is gone. I don't have to mess with it anymore. Also, for clarity in Discord, your chip. Yeah, that's like my old YouTube username. So my name is Chip Plays, but on the Discord server, I changed to Big Boy so that people aren't confused. Big Boy Chip. Yeah, I guess it's both combined. So yeah, you can call me whatever. I have like 3 different aliases now. Okay, so I guess let's go ahead and integrate this into the inventory. Oh, you tagged the wrong person? Oh, who did you tag? And where was it? Was it in the project showcase one? Oh, did you mean to tag Ace? Okay. Yeah, no, it's all good. Still that stupid profile picture. It's me as a security guard in FNAF. It's kind of crazy. View perks. Do I have any? Oh, yeah, no, it's okay. I don't need to look at that. Okay, anyways, back to the tool bench. In Melee now, we have just made this, oh my god, a quadrillion times easier. Now we just say text direct weapon, or just call it sprite or whatever, and we're done. Delete it. Now all this stupid code that I do in here in order to get the images correct, right? Get rid of it. Don't want it. Grab the sprite and say .texture is equal to mod API.get or build melee sprite inventory data. And we're done. We're done. So much easier. I should have done this from the beginning. I knew that I wanted to do something like this at some point, right? But yeah, now it's actually time. And you know what's really cool? Hear me out. Now this is a little insane, I'm gonna be honest here, okay? It's a crazy idea. But let's say we want to add floor tiles into the game, okay? Hear me out, hear me out. Let's say we want to add modded floor tiles. Now here's the issue right now. The tile set that we have, it's a static image. You can't modify it. Unless we can grab the image from the tileset resource, grab the other modded images, and just paste them onto the tileset. You hear what I'm saying? You hear what I'm putting down? Because if we can generate an image this way, then why can't we generate a tile set? Right? Just a little, putting a little thought out into the world, you know? Basically, like, it's better to draw this out. We have our tile set, and this is just an image. So, for example, the Viridian tile set is just, you know, we've got our land, and then it has all the different tiles for different, like, variations of the land tiles, right? And it's cool and all. One thing I've always wanted is to be able to add in modded tiles so that you can place down, like, floors and stuff, right? But integrating that into the tile set system, you can't do that if it's not modded. Or if it's this tile set, I mean. Right. So, like, what we can do is then say, take this function, grab this image, this is just a big PNG, and then grab another image. Let's say I want to add this tile, a blue tile, onto the tile set. With all this image function stuff, I can just copy this, paste it onto here, and now this tile here exists. Does that make sense? So it's just a way of dynamically editing our tile map in-game with mods, so that we don't have to actually modify this tile set. It just is in here. So it's interesting. I don't know if it would actually be a good idea or what, but hey, it's interesting. Anyways, let's see if this displays properly. No. And I know why. It's just because we have to say, keep aspect centered, and then also fit width, I think. Or fit height? Fit width proportional. There we go. Now, it is stupid because for some reason the images are in backwards order, but it's fine. We'll just do that in here. So I'm actually just going to say then, if I is 0, and then for I in range that, -1. So we're gonna go backwards through here. So starting position, ending position, and hopefully that'll fix it. Oh, part size -1, and then we go to -1. There we go. But you can see it's working. I mean, we still have to work out stuff like that. I need to set like a maximum size or something, because I don't want one little component to become enormous. But it does work. Which means it should also work if I go ahead and display it in my hand and stuff. And like if I put this down here, it doesn't seem to be flipping it vertically. But I'm sure we can figure that out. So if I is equal to 0, then we say parts at 0, flip it. I don't know why it's not flipping it vertically. Doesn't seem to be working. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I don't know why it's not flipping. Bro. Yeah, if you hold a weapon with a blade in the handle, it kills you. It deals the weapon's damage to yourself. It's just a funny little goof. It's kind of funny, though. Okay, how do I get this to flip? I don't know why it's not flipping it vertically now. It should be. It's just weird. Alright, because I'm looping through, I'm saying parse size -1 to -1. So we're going to loop through all the parts if it's not null. Get the position stuff. Last height, add it. And then if I is 0, which means we're on the last piece, which is this piece, it should flip it vertically. So we're going to say parts at I, get image, not flip Y. Unless this just isn't running. It was flipping before, so I mean it should be. Okay, it definitely is running that code, so I don't know why it's not working though. It's not flipping any of the other ones. I don't know what's up with this. Because it should flip this, but it's not flipping it, so I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I'm flipping it on the y-axis, so it should be fine. Parts at I. So if I is 0, flip it, and then go ahead and paste it. Add position and all that business. I don't know what's wrong with this. Just gonna print parts I in here so I know what it is. I mean, it is showing that it's a compressed texture. Right, so it is the texture. I'm saying get image to flip Y. When flipping along Y, I mean you're flipping along vertical axis? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, because basically when the blade is on the bottom, I want the blade to be like this, right? With the handle stuff. So that if you have two blades, it looks like this. You get like a double blade design. But I don't know why it's not flipping, because it just was a minute ago when we did the other order, but now it just doesn't work. So I don't know what happened. Unless it's because of how I'm doing this. I mean, why am I pushing back the sprite when I can just do .get image, right? And then I can just say parts at I. Parts at I. That could be the problem with it. So I don't have to do this get image business anymore. And same with over here, no more get image. And then I can just say parts.flip Y. Maybe that'll fix it. We push back that. It should work. Oh, okay. So that did fix it. I think I know what happened. Why it wasn't working. Is because when we do get image, it's duplicating the resource every single time. And so when I run flip Y, it's doing it on this one, but then when I actually do the stuff over here, it's not the same image. That's my assumption. I think I'm right, but I don't actually know. So, yeah. But we should be good now, I think. Okay, cool. When it breaks, yeah. I'm sure it will. Alright, so we're gonna modify this a little bit so that this doesn't happen, where one little part gets enormous. There's a couple ways I could do that. I don't want it to change in, like, size like it is right now. Right? Because it just looks bad. So let's switch to the melee one. Melee, sprite. So for sizing, I do want this to fill and all that business. I'm gonna set a minimum size, right? Of like how big we want this to be. Let's just say 128. That's probably what it was before. Yeah, it is kind of like that issue with the mods menu, but that's a weird one though. I don't really know what's happening with the mods menu one, if I'm being honest. It is quite odd. So will this just stay a static size now? Yeah. So it'll still get huge when there's two pieces in here, but it means that it's not expanding horizontally anymore. Now what if we have nothing in here? Yeah, it stays the same size because we have the minimum size set. So that pretty much works. What I'm probably going to do to kind of help prevent that from happening is just add a margin. And then put the sprite in the margin so that I can kind of have a little bit of a gap in between. So I'm also going to have to say here, margin, container. And now in this margin, I can set a margin. Because I can say, hey, stay 15 pixels in on either side, right? And then actually what I'm going to do is just set a minimum size on this one, and then this sprite will not have a minimum size. It'll just fill the margin. So you can see how that sort of changed a little bit now. And so, like, if we have a tinier weapon like the dagger, yeah, it is a little blown up. Also, I notice it's not fitting in with the height. Oh, it seems like the margin isn't working all of a sudden. Oh, is it because I'm going to have to... I think I'm going to have to restart the game. Yeah, what'll happen is that if this is preloaded, I have to restart the game. Just trying to think if there's like a maximum size I could set on the sprite, because it's set to fill mode right now, right? And so basically it's going to always expand out as much as it can. I mean, I guess what I could do is set horizontal to shrink center, but then I worry that it's going to be very tiny, because if I get like a Schrommel, you can't even see it, right? Maybe I just set excuse me. Maybe I set a minimum size that it can be, So maybe we just say 24 or 32. And then we say shrink center so that if it does need to go larger, it can, but it doesn't have to. See where I'm going? But we'll see if that works. Sometimes it's a little tricky to get these control nodes kind of behaving how you want. Okay, because here's the new issue, is now it's very tiny in here. It's not a huge issue, because if I give myself like a fungal, which is very long. Also, the fungal is invisible for some reason. I don't know why. That's kind of weird. Actually, that does seem to work okay then. Actually, I'll just give myself more Dragon Slayers. Because I think they're the longest part. Yeah, so... Actually, yeah, that seems to work. I might set the minimum size just a little bit wider, like to 48. Just so that the tiny weapons aren't impossible to see. But yeah, you can see as it gets larger... So there is like a minimum size, so it doesn't get enormous when it's tiny. Yeah, that'll work. Now, I don't know why the fungals are invisible, though. That's sort of an issue. So why is that happening? That's the next thing we gotta figure out. It could be because of the sizing, or maybe it's like a rounding error. The fungals are 4 width. Let's take a look at our code for that. So, yeah, I'm just gonna do one with just the fungal. Just like that. And we're gonna print out why. Try and figure out what's happening here. So it's not that it's null. I'm gonna print all this stuff though. I'm gonna say print maximum width. And get all that. It could be throwing errors actually. Image width. It says that the width is 0. Okay, the width is 4. So maximum width is 4. So it's not that. I don't know why it's saying that it's an invalid image width specified 0 pixels. What line is that on? 432? No, it's not. Oh, build melee sprite. Oh, I guess it's because it's running both of them every time. It doesn't matter, but... Okay, so it does have a width of 4. I'm gonna print the total height, which should just be the height of the fungal, which I think is like 14 pixels or something. Okay, it's 18 pixels. There's nothing wrong with that. So that's fine. So what else could it be? Position is going to be maximum width divided by 2, which is going to be, well, 2. I'm also going to say round I on this, just in case, because this is a vector 2i, so if it's like a fraction, I think it'll cause issues. I mean, hey, maybe that's the issue. No, it's not. Wishful thinking. Last height will start at 0, so that's not an issue. Is it with this, like how this is working? So I'm getting parts at I, mask at parts at I. We're getting from 0 to the part width and height, and then at position. So position should just be 0. Let's make sure. Yep, position is just 0. So it's not that. Weird. It's weird that it also works with other parts. I wonder if the fungal has like a different formatting for the image, which would be pretty weird. I don't think it does. Let's just go to import and make sure. It's lossless. Just import as a texture 2D. There's nothing wrong with that. It's all pretty normal in here. I don't know why it would be messed up. I don't know. This is a weird one. I'm rounding now on these two, because sometimes they can be fractions. But this one shouldn't be a fraction. It's just 4 pixels and 18 pixels. I wonder if it is actually displaying, but it's... No, it's not that. It just is invisible for some reason. This is a weird one. Maximum width and total height. We're saying get image. Parts.flip Y. It's not that. Because it happens everywhere. Is it masking stuff? This says it's an RGB 8 also, by the way. Oh. Is it because it doesn't have any transparency and so it saves it as an RGB 8? That is quite interesting. I think that might be what it is. It's because it's a different image format. I guess the question is, can I convert the image to a format, to a specific format? Convert. I think that's what I want to do. So that's probably what the issue is. It's not a big deal, I guess, but I'm just gonna say this. And then also in here, I guess I just have to say parts at I dot convert RGBA. And hopefully that works. There we go. So it's just, it's a formatting conflict. Not a big deal, because luckily they have the convert function, so I can just, yeah, convert it in pretty easily. Also parts, I'm just going to go ahead and say make it an array of images. So that I can check the convert function and all that. These are going to be integers because they wouldn't be floats. That'd be weird if they were. Does item data not return a valid? No, it does. Just returns a dictionary. So I wonder why that is, oh, it's because item data, it's not anything. I guess it doesn't matter. Oh well. Alright, well then that's something I'm definitely going to have to do up here also. I'm going to make it better in here. Get rid of this get image stuff. Because it does seem a little stupid that I'm doing it this way. And you know what? Actually, I might do this code up in here. And just kind of simplify a little bit. Because I guess it doesn't really make sense to have this as a separate thing. So yeah, we'll do that. Optimization. So we're gonna total height. Yeah, it's not really that complicated. I'm just gonna say if I is not equal to 3, or if I is not equal to in data.size minus 1, then I just do this stuff. Then I can get rid of that little stupid function. So then we're getting maximum width, and then total width will be maximum width Yeah. But then total width is plus equals that. Yep. All right, so now in here, when I do this get image stuff, it doesn't really make any sense to do that. So I'm just going to say pushback sprite dot get image instead of having to do it a million times. Then I'm just going to search for get image in here. It's right there. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of all that business. Cool. So that just simplifies things a little bit. Makes it not as messy. And the melee weapon gun should be rendering just fine still. Oh, no, it's not happy. So what's wrong here? Oh, I'm saying parts.i. Oh yeah, that's because I'm saying... Because it's a different index. So I have to say parts... I plus 3. Or no, minus 3. Let's try that out. There we go. A little broken when we use like weird shapes and stuff for this, but not really supposed to. I'm gonna give myself the parts and then save this game again. So give pistol barrel, give pistol grip, give sniper scope, and then give bone, something bone, bane, toxic, bane, scourge, blight bone. Take a minute, we got there. Okay, and then we can just put these pieces on like this. And I'm going to do the same sort of optimization stuff I did with the other one. Let's resave this game now. Okay, but yeah, that looks good. I don't see any issues. I think we're fine. The melee stuff is looking very nice, and it scales properly, which is exactly what I want. Okay. And now, the final step to this all is that I can take these functions and also integrate it into the player's hand now. Because how it's always worked is that the player hand is sort of a separate thing from this, right? Which has always kind of angered me, because it's like, it always felt very unnecessary. Because I'm essentially building this image separately from the player image, and so sometimes there's like mismatches between what it actually looks like. But now that this is the same function, I can just pass this image in as whatever we're holding in the player's hand. So it's very nice. One thing I've also thought about doing that I've wanted to do is kind of merging things together. So let's say that we put in 3 Dragon Slayers. Instead of it being like how it is right now, where like it's all weird and janky, it'll just cut this sprite in half, and then the middle sprite will be that sprite extended out. Does that make sense? And so you can get some really interesting setups, because then, like, let's say we have this. Instead of it being like 2 chunks like this, it just means it'll be one extended blade. And I think that'll be really cool. Because it makes like a setup like this not look stupid. Right? So it'll just like kind of combine into one thing. But yeah, I think that would be pretty cool. There's a big blade. It's a very long blade. It's a huge radius. Yeah, I'm just erasing everything from existence right now. It's funny because you can also do You can kill the fish. I can erase them too. No clip true. You can just go around and erase them if you want. They don't have like corpse sprites or noises or anything for when you kill them, but you can do it if you want. So yeah, it's kind of fun. Oh man. But yeah, this will be cool. I'm excited to get this all working. This is gonna be awesome to have this in just one function like this, you know? Way easier, way more simple. Yeah. All right. Well, let's go to the player then. That's the next step, really, is just to set the new image in there. So here's where we had all this stupid stuff in here, because we would create all of these images again, like down in here with this stretch ratio garbage. Guess what? We don't have to do that anymore. Now all we do is just say in our weapon hand, wherever that is, laser, it's not in here, hand and weapon. It doesn't have to have all these individual sprites now, right? We just change it to be one image and we're done. It's very nice. So that's what I'm gonna do. Instead of having to set all these frickin' set the sprites individually and the stretch ratio and whether it has and blah 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 blah, and you know, it was just a nightmare before. And I don't even have to get this total sprite height thing, really, because I don't need to use that anymore. So now I just go womp, and I'm gonna say get this bar, right? Yeah, that also means I don't have to do it on... Oh man, this is gonna be so much better. This isn't a VBox container now in the hotbar either. So let's go fix that. That makes things way easier. So that's gonna be in canvas on the bottom bar. Because before in the hotbar, I also had 3 textures. You see the reason why I did this now, right? Because it gets insane. Because I had this VBox of all these different textures. Now all I have to do is it's just one texture. Delete the other ones and I'm good to go. And we could even do the same thing here, where we have like the minimum size set and then it expands or whatever, so it doesn't get too wide. But honestly, for this one, it's so tiny, I don't think it really matters. So I'm just gonna leave it like this. So now I'm just gonna set this to an image. Just call it texture rect, like the other ones. Back into the player. I'm just gonna set this node. Dot texture is equal to mod API dot get or build melee sprite, and I'm gonna pass in the inventory data. So all that's gonna be is just our weapon configuration inventory data, just like so, and we're freaking done, dude. We don't have to mess with any of this garbage. No stretch ratio, stupid business. And then all I have to do is just say this. Is var sprite is that, if sprite, do that, else do that. Boom. Crazy, guys. Cracked. All right. Yeah. I think that's pretty much it. I don't have to mess with stretch ratio now. We don't need has sprite or total sprite height. We don't even need to do that anymore. Look how simple that is. We just eliminated a massive chunk of code in here. Awesome. So I'm just gonna save it. We're gonna make sure it works. Watch it like not work at all. Oh, it's actually not very happy. I think it crashed. Invalid assignment property, texture with the value of image texture. On a base object of null instance. Oh, it's just null. Oh, we have to restart the game. So hey, Try Catch TV, welcome in. How's it going? Hey, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let me give you a shout out. There you go. What's going on? Welcome in. Things going good. Nice. How about me? I'm doing pretty good. I am working on my game Starground. We are currently messing with image stuff. So, Exhausted Puppet, thank you for the follow. So I'll show you what we've sort of been working on. Hey, thank you for the follow, Hellraiser, appreciate it. So, for the longest time in my game Starground, we have melee weapons, right? And I have to it's modular. So basically it's you kind of put these parts in here and it'll create a weapon with those pieces, right? And it works fine. But it was always a little janky because what I had to do was use 3 different images that kind of stack onto each other, right? So we had like 3 texture images like this, and we would just kind of stack them together like that. And you know, it's fine and all. It's it works, but it's just tricky because I had to, anywhere where I had to display the weapon, I would have to do this whole process, and it's a nightmare. So now what I actually do is I just set up a system to where it grabs, basically it just grabs all these images and it merges it all into one image. So whenever I want to display the weapon like this, I just pop the image in and it works. Visually, like, it doesn't really change anything for players, but for me, for programming, it makes things way better because it's just so much more simple. And it works pretty great. Game is similar to Forger. Yeah, I could say art style wise, I did start working on this game because of Forger. I always hated how Forger, how it was left off. They promised multiplayer support and they never did it. But yeah, it's definitely changed a lot since then. I would say gameplay-wise, it's a mashup of Factorio and something else like Binding of Isaac, a dungeon crawler. The whole idea is that you, well, let's build a weapon really quick. I can jump into the dungeons and battle guys, right? So that's kind of one part of the game. Oh yeah, it's still all these guys. I forgot to swap it back over. Wait for them to appear. Welcome back, Oshik. What's going on? Kill these guys real quick. There's one more guy. And then I'll get out of here. Okay. I guess I have to find the exit now. Oh, okay. That wasn't very hard. I gotta kill these guys first, though. Come on. Ooh, I got a hit on him. Okay. Hurry, hit him. Okay, yeah, one more hit. Then we'll get out of here. Okay, we're free. Let's go back home. And then, yeah, the other part is automation building. So you can build machines to collect resources. So I can just give myself some copper right now. And give myself a gear. And you can plop this down, and then it, yeah, collects resources in a radius. I'm not going to actually set it all up right now, but that's the general premise of it. I think you should lower that timer. For the enemies, yeah. I could probably lower it a little bit. I just don't want them to get too annoying to battle. But I guess the trade-off of what I could do, I have an idea for what we can do. Once this stops freezing for a minute. Let's go to the mulch room. we can make him just stay visible for longer, right? So maybe we drop this time by a full second, and then we up these ones by 0.5. So that goes to 1, and then this goes to 2. So now he'll just be visible for longer, and it won't take as long for him to reappear. That should help, I think. But he still attacks at the same frequency, so it's still like once every 6 seconds or whatever. So yeah. But yeah, Oshik, while you were gone, we got the weapon building stuff working for melee weapons also. So it works for the ranged weapon. You can see this gun that I built. It looks pretty good, I think. It merges the, you know, kind of smushes them together. Now it's got a grip and the handle and all that stuff. Cool gun, yeah. I think it works. I think this gun system will be pretty fun to mess around with. Once we get it all set up, like the barrels changing the spread and everything, there's going to be a lot of fun to be had with that. And yeah, now the melee weapons are also just a single image that gets built too, so very nice. It means that I can go ahead and get that set up for the player also. Because before, obviously, it's stupid. I do it all in here where I say, get the component and then set the texture, and it's just a mess, right? So we're gonna change that. I don't have to do any of this stuff now. I don't have to set the sprite texture and all that. All I'm gonna say is just get the get node weapon sprite dot texture is equal to mod API dot build melee sprite. And now this actually means I can just build this once. I'm just going to say var sprite is that. And then get the weapon configuration, inventory data. And then I can say the texture is sprite. And then also down here, I can just say if sprite, then do it to the sprite. Oh, man, so much better, dude. So anyways, I don't have to do this stuff now where I get the node and settle the position stuff. So there's a lot in here that I can get rid of, which is epic. I like this sprites. Like, what is this even? I can get rid of that. I don't have to do that anymore. And then I don't have to set the Y position on any of this or the texture, right? I don't have to do blade width or node offset or current position. All of that goes away. And same with this. First piece, I don't have to do this stuff. I don't have to set any of this garbage. I don't have to flip it. I don't have to set the texture to null. It makes it so much easier. So hey, Herc, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. No flipping, no first piece garbage, right? It's so much easier. Oh, man. Should have done this a while ago, probably. But I was just too afraid. I didn't know that it wasn't actually going to be that hard, I guess, right? I thought it was going to be more complicated than it was. So yeah, now we're just looping through and just getting the item data, right? We're getting the cooldown and all that business. And if first piece. Yeah, so first piece I'm gonna have to check if it's the first one that's gone. Well, then I can just say if I is equal to... Oh, well, no, that doesn't necessarily work because it has to be the first piece that's put down. Okay, so we will have to do that. How can I check for that? I think that also means there's going to be... Well, it's going to break if I go back into the game right now. That's okay. I can just say if index is 3, right? of the weapon configuration, because then I know it's the first part. But I guess that doesn't work, because if there's a part in like slot 0 or something, then it's fine. Okay, so I will have to figure that out. Oh, well, I guess I just say if it's the first piece. If first piece, then can I just say first piece is false? Yeah, I guess that works. Weapon cooldown stuff, that's all fine. And I do have to grab weapon height, but now it's so easy. Because look at what all we have to do in order to do this, right? We just say weapon height is equal to the sprite. So sprite dot get height. Super easy. I'm gonna go ahead and say sprite is a texture, image texture. Just to make sure get height is a thing, it is. Okay. Weapon cooldown stuff. So yeah, we still do need to do all that, which is fine. We set the position to the top of the weapon. Damage is all that stuff. But yeah, we don't have to mess with any sprite stuff now. Okay, let's back into the player scene. Let's get out of the canvas. Now we're gonna go down here. So I still do want the hand, but now I can get rid of all this stuff, and I'm just gonna rename this one to weapon or something. Get rid of blade and handguard. So then literally all we have to do is just say, or yeah, I guess I'll call this, or I'll just call this melee. So melee will be equal to that. Cool. I'm spelling melee right. I think I am right, yeah. Now we will have to work out the hand position stuff. That is going to be something we have to figure out, but I don't think it'll be too bad. But yeah, I mean, I think this all looks pretty good. I might have to set the offset. And for that, I think it's pretty straightforward. I'm just going to say, you know, melee dot offset is equal to vector 2, 0, weapon height. Do I set the offset in here? Rotation offset. There's a lot of offsets in here. Holy crap, dude. Weapon hand offset. Yeah, I don't think any of that matters. I guess I could just say for this one, like, don't make it centered. Well, it has to be vertically centered or horizontally centered, so I guess I do have to. But let's try it out. Oh, I forgot to save the game. It's okay, I'll just load the autosave. Then yeah, if we can get this working, we can start integrating like the damage stuff for the ranged weapons. And dude, we're almost like there. Not too bad actually. And you know, not bad given that I also completely rebuilt the image generation stuff. So hey, that's pretty good in my book. Autosave, let's load that up. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, so that's, yeah, it's gonna do all this stuff. We're gonna have to work on that. No big deal. Hand weapon visible. just don't have to do any of that stuff. Say weapon visible is true. That doesn't seem right. Oh, it's because of all this stuff. Now I just have to say melee dot visible is false. And then up here I can also say melee dot visible is true. Okay. In Godot, can I use D? Is that a language? I don't think it is. Is D a language? Oh, I guess it is a language. I don't think you can use D. You can do C++, I think. The main languages that Godot supports is GDScript and C#. So that's the two things that usually you're going to be using. There is like community plugins for other languages. I know there's a Rust plugin so that you can use Rust in Godot. It's like Godot Rust. So that's there. I'm sure there's others too. I just don't know all of them, if I'm being honest. You could probably also use like, I don't know, maybe Godot D language. Well, maybe. Godot D-lang? I guess you could. You could use D then. So, yeah, there you go. Yeah, maybe Nim, I don't know. Godot Nim language. Yeah, there's also this too. So, there you go. I have found plugins for both of them, so yeah, pretty cool. So that's what I like about Godot too, because since it's open source, if you want to add support for a language, you just do it, right? And that means that you can almost use any language in Godot. Yeah. And yeah, like you'd have to look through. There might be issues with some of these language things, you know. I don't know if this would be easy to use or really give you the full functionality of the engine. So that's the thing to look out for, because you can't really know that it has support for everything until you use it. So I guess I'd really be careful about like reading, you know, reviews of that kind of stuff. But it's there though, so hopefully it does what you need. Okay, this is a little funny. So also, that just killed me for some reason. It's not supposed to happen. The position of this is whack. I thought I set the offset, but maybe it didn't really work. Where is that? It's up in set weapon. So let's go take a look at set weapon, why that offset isn't working. I say melee.offset is that... Oh, I do it after Duh. I have to get weapon height first. Okay, there we go. Now it should work. Whoops, it needs to be the opposite. It needs to be positive weapon height. Or negative weapon height, whatever. Let's try that now. There we go. So what's up with that now? Do I start weapon height as being something? No, it's 0. That doesn't have any weird position stuff, and neither does hand or weapon. So I'm not sure why it's so offset. Why it's floating way above my hand. And it does insta-kill me for some reason. Why is it up there? It's setting the other stuff at the proper position, so that's kind of weird that it's completely in the wrong position. It might be because I'm setting the position of the weapon stuff in here, possibly. I set the texture, do damage, all that stuff. I set those to minus weapon height. Here, I'm just gonna stop this self-damage thing for a minute. Melee offset. It's not the hand position. I don't know why it's so weird. I mean, I don't necessarily need to set an offset. I could just say position. Right, is a... Well, wait. Is it just because I'm doing it too big? Because it's already going to be centered, so I just need to do a half offset. That's probably what it is, actually. There we go. Nice. Okay, sick. So the player's holding the weapon normally and stuff. Which is pretty cool. And then, yeah, it should work for any configuration. Now, this setup is a little weird because the bottom of it is like... Oops. Get height on a null value. I have to say if sprite, then weapon height is that. Okay. Yeah, because like in this case, it's a little weird. But any other case, it seems pretty normal. And like, this is a little weird, but it works. Yeah, I guess that works. It did always seem kind of stupid to change this hand position offset anyways. So I think keeping it where it is looks to be the best. Okay. Well, honestly, I think that's pretty much it then. There's a lot of variables in here now that aren't going to be used anywhere. Like, I don't think we use current position anymore or anything like that, so... That I can get rid of. Self-damage blade width. I don't know what blade width is. Or where I even use it. I don't use it anywhere, so I don't even know what that's for. Oh, so we have ads. My apologies. Yeah, I mean, I guess everything's good to go in here. Got the offset stuff working. Yeah, I mean, it just works. I still have to work on the ordering of how I build the weapons. I do find it a little odd on how these actually get built. I mean, I guess it goes from top down, which is how this one works. So I guess it makes sense. But I do have to fix the first hit thing, because it's, yeah, not really doing what it's supposed to. So I just have to check if it's the last one. I guess as I loop through here. How am I going to check this? So ads are over. My apologies. I guess what I'll do is just this. That doesn't really work. Yeah, I'll do this. This will work, actually. I don't have to actually even do this first piece business. Because what I'm doing is I'm looping through. I start at the top blade, and then I go down. So I'm basically just going to say if it has it, then self-damage is equal to that. And that's pretty much it, actually. So that should work. Let's get weapons that won't instantly kill me. Let's give myself some dagger blades. So, like, if it's in my hand here, yes, it does damage to me. But then if it's up here, it should also still do damage. Which it does, good. Then if it's up here, still does damage. Okay, so now we're gonna test, does it do damage if I'm holding it with a handle? Okay, it's still doing damage, that's not supposed to happen. Okay, I think I know the issue here. So if item has self-damage, do that. Otherwise, if it's the next part and it doesn't have it, then self-damage should be equal to 0. So basically that means if it's the last piece that I'm holding, then it does damage to me. So like this case, it should do damage. But this case, it should not. Okay, that doesn't actually work. It has damage. I don't know. So if it has self-damage, then set it to that. Otherwise, self-damage is 0. Yeah, I'm not sure why that doesn't work. And actually, I can just do this. Item data.get self-damage, default will be 0. I think that would work. So if there's a component in here that doesn't do damage... Okay, how's this set up? That's what I need to know, because this is looping in terms of the... Yeah. So let's go look at the order of parts. So that's 2, that's 1, that's 0. Okay. So it's looping in the opposite way, and that's why it's an issue. Because 0 is the handle. So really this method doesn't work. It would work if it was looping the other way, but it's not, so... So I'm not checking the last one, I'm checking the first one. Well then yeah, I should just say if it's the first one, then do it. So first piece, if first piece, then do that. And say first piece is false. Should work, I think. So let's try that out. So this should not damage me. It died. It crashed. And why is that? It's because self-damage. It's apparently null? Self-damage is true. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, is it because I say have self-damage as a bool? Okay, I have to say if item, yeah, data.get self-damage false is equal to true. Then I do it. I say self-damage is equal to item data.damage. There we go. Let's try that out. Oh, dang it. Every time I click this button, it does it again, and so I have to restart the game. It's a little stupid. All right, we're gonna test this out, and then if it works, we are done for today. So let's see what happens. So this should not damage me. Okay. Doesn't work, I guess. It's weird because the first part that it does doesn't have any self-damage. So I wonder why it's still calculating it like that. So it's checking if it has damage. Oh. I guess I have to say if item data, then first piece is false. That's my issue. Because any piece can set it to false, not just ones with damage. Okay, anyways. Now this should not deal damage. Yes, we're good. Now if I swap it, it should deal damage. Yes. If it's just a blade, it should deal damage. But if there's anything like that, should not deal damage. Alright, sick. Cool. This is good. I'm very glad that I'm going through and kind of cleaning this up because it's about time. It's sort of a mess with how it currently works with the, or how it used to work with the weapon stuff, so this is way better. But yeah. I mean, what's next with this? I guess really it's just implementing the range damage stuff and kind of getting all that working. So I don't think it's gonna be too bad to do that. Again, I don't know. I don't ever want to make assumptions about how easy things are because I'm probably gonna be wrong. But yeah, not too bad though. Getting what we have so far set up is pretty cool. So yeah. All right. Well, I think we're gonna end stream here. Thank you everybody for coming to stream. I appreciate it. Yeah, we've been going for 4 hours. Feel free to buy Starground on Steam right now. Join the Discord if you want. And yeah, this update should be ready to go March 11th. Hopefully I can get all the ranged weapons and stuff working nicely before then. So we're gonna try. But yeah. I'll next see you guys Wednesday, around 3 p.m. MST. And yeah, thank you everybody for coming. We're gonna go raid Dobbs. Gonna get that going. And yeah. Good day of getting things set up. I'm very happy that I made the change. I was a little scared to do it at first because, you know, I don't really like ripping up old systems because it can cause a lot of issues. And there still might be issues that I just don't know about yet. But so far it seems pretty good. So anyways, yeah. Thank you everybody for coming. I'm going to start the raid right now. Bye everybody. Bye-bye.